Today, I've prepared the biography of Julius Caesar. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just right, let your mind drift back to ancient Rome. Tonight, we'll explore the remarkable life of Julius Caesar, a man whose name has echoed through the centuries. His story will carry you through the twilight of consciousness, from his noble birth to his rise as one of history's most influential leaders. Let the gentle rhythm of this tale help ease you into peaceful slumber as we journey through time together. Your eyelids may grow heavy as we walk the cobblestone streets of Rome, and that's perfectly fine. Sweet dreams, dear listener, as we begin our soothing exploration of Caesar's world in the gentle glow of ancient Rome, long before the world would know his name. A child was born into a noble family on the 13th day of July. In the year we now call 100 BCE, this child was Gaius Julius Caesar, who would one day reshape the very foundations of Rome. But for now, he was simply a baby, wrapped in soft linens, cradled in his mother's arms in their modest home on the Subura district of Rome. The Subura was a bustling neighborhood, filled with the quiet whispers of daily life, the soft padding of sandaled feet on stone streets, the distant calls of merchants selling their wares in the morning light, and the gentle rustle of togas as people moved through their days. It was here, among the 7 hills of Rome, that young Caesar's eyes first opened to the world around him. His father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, was a praetor, a respected position in Roman society. Though not of the highest rank, the elder Caesar came from a patrician family that claimed descent from the goddess Venus herself, through the legendary Trojan hero Aeneas and his son Aeolus, from whom the name Julius was said to derive. This ancient lineage was like a soft, warm blanket that wrapped around the family, providing them with a sense of identity and place in the complex social tapestry of Republican Rome. Caesar's mother, Orlaicata, was a woman of remarkable character and intelligence. She came from the distinguished Orlae family and was known for her wisdom and virtue. In the quiet evenings, as the sun set over the terracotta rooftops of Rome, casting long, golden shadows across the city, Orlaia would sit with her young son, telling him stories of their ancestors, of Rome's history, and of the virtues that made a true Roman. Her voice, soft and melodious, would wash over him like a gentle stream, carrying with it the values and traditions that would shape his character. The Rome of Caesar's childhood was a republic governed by 2 annually elected consuls and the Senate, a body composed of wealthy, influential men who had served the state. It was a time of relative peace within the city walls, though conflict simmered on the borders of Rome's expanding territories. The rhythmic cadence of daily life in Rome provided a comforting backdrop to Caesar's early years: the morning rituals of worship, the afternoon visits to the forum where his father conducted business, and the evening meals where the family gathered to share the day's experiences. As a young boy, Caesar would have worn a simple tunic, a garment that fell to the knees, comfortable in the warm Mediterranean climate. Around his neck, he wore a bulla, a small pouch containing protective amulets, a common practice for children of noble birth. The weight of this small pouch against his chest was a constant reminder of his heritage and the expectations that came with it. Education began early for Roman boys of noble birth. By the age of 7, Caesar would have started his formal studies. His days would have been filled with lessons in reading, writing, and arithmetic, taught by a private tutor, likely a learned Greek slave. As was common in wealthy Roman households, the soft scratching of stylus on wax tablets filled the quiet mornings as young Caesar practiced his letters, his small fingers carefully forming the shapes that would one day compose declarations and laws that would echo through history. As he grew older, his education expanded to include literature, history, and rhetoric, the art of persuasive speaking that was so highly valued in Roman society. The works of Homer and other Greek poets would have been read aloud, their rhythmic verses filling the room like a gentle tide, washing over the listeners and carrying them to distant shores of imagination. The history of Rome itself, with its tales of courage, honor, and sacrifice, would have been recounted, instilling in the young boy a deep sense of pride in his heritage and a responsibility to uphold its values. Physical education was also important. In the soft light of early morning, before the heat of the day set in, Caesar would have engaged in exercises to strengthen his body, running, swimming, and learning the basics of combat. These activities took place in the Campus Martius, a large, open field where young Romans trained for military service. The cool grass beneath his feet, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of the nearby Tiber River, and the encouraging calls of instructors created a peaceful, yet invigorating environment for these essential lessons. Caesar's childhood was not without its shadows, however. When he was just 15 years old, his father passed away suddenly. The loss of a parent is always a profound experience, and for a young man on the cusp of adulthood, it was particularly significant. The household fell quiet in mourning, the familiar voice of his father no longer filling the atrium with stories and laughter. The responsibility of being the man of the house now fell to young Caesar, a mantle he would wear with increasing confidence as the years passed. In the Roman tradition, Aurelia did not remarry, choosing instead to devote herself to raising her children, Caesar and his 2 sisters, both named Julia, as was common in Roman naming conventions. Aurelia's influence on her son was profound and lasting. From her, he learned the importance of proper speech and behavior, the value of education, and the strength that comes from self-discipline, her gentle guidance was like a steady hand at the tiller, helping to navigate the sometimes turbulent waters of adolescence. The Rome of Caesar's youth was experiencing political tensions that would eventually erupt into civil war, the conflict between the populars, who championed the rights of the common people, and the optimates, who sought to maintain the power of the aristocracy, created a background hum of unease that permeated the city. These political divisions would later shape Caesar's own career and choices. But as a young man, they were simply part of the complex tapestry of Roman life. At the age of 16, Caesar underwent the ceremony of the toga virilis, marking his transition from boyhood to manhood. The soft, white woolen garment, draped carefully over his shoulders by his mother's hands, symbolized his new status as a citizen of Rome. The ceremony was followed by a quiet family celebration, with close friends gathering to mark this important milestone. The weight of the toga was both literal and metaphorical, a physical reminder of the responsibilities and privileges that came with Roman citizenship. Around this time, Caesar was betrothed to a young woman named Casusha, who came from a wealthy equestrian family. The arrangement was typical of Roman marriages, which were often political or economic alliances between families rather than love matches. However, this engagement was soon broken off in favor of a more advantageous match. In 84 BCE, at the age of 16, Caesar married Cornelia, the daughter of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, who was a powerful figure in Roman politics and a leading member of the populace faction. The wedding would have been a modest affair by later Roman standards, with the exchange of vows and the symbolic joining of hands in the presence of family members and a few close friends. The soft glow of oil lamps would have illuminated the ceremony, casting warm light on the faces of the young couple as they began their life together. This marriage aligned Caesar with the populars, and by extension with Gaius Marius, a celebrated general who had married into Caesar's family and was a leading popularis. This connection would prove both beneficial and dangerous in the years to come. As Rome's political landscape shifted and changed like sand dunes in a gentle desert wind, shortly after his marriage, Rome experienced a dramatic change in leadership. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, a general who supported the Optimates, seized control of Rome after a brief civil war. Sulla's victory put Caesar in a precarious position due to his family connections to Marius and Cinna, both of whom were enemies of Sulla. Sulla ordered Caesar to divorce Cornelia as part of a broader purge of his opponents, but in a display of the quiet courage that would characterize much of his life, Caesar refused. This act of defiance could have cost him his life, and indeed, he was stripped of his inheritance and priesthood and was forced to go into hiding. For a time, Caesar moved quietly through the countryside outside Rome, staying with friends and relatives. never remaining in one place for too long. The gentle rustling of leaves in the night might signal the approach of Sulla's men. And so he lived in a state of constant vigilance. His health suffered during this period, and he contracted malaria, which brought with it recurring fevers that would plague him throughout his life. Eventually, through the intercession of family members and the Vestal Virgins, whose sacred status gave their pleas special weight, Sulla was persuaded to spare Caesar's life. It is said that Sulla remarked that he saw many a Marius in the young Caesar, recognizing perhaps the same ambition and potential for greatness that had characterized his old rival. With the immediate threat to his life removed, Caesar decided to leave Rome for a time, joining the military to gain experience and to put some distance between himself and the volatile political situation in the city. He was assigned to the staff of Marcus Minucius Thermus, the governor of Asia, and was sent to Bithynia to secure the assistance of King Nicomedes IV's fleet. This first diplomatic mission gave Caesar valuable experience in negotiation and statecraft. The royal court of Bithynia, with its Eastern influences, was quite different from the austere traditions of Republican Rome. The soft rustle of silk garments, the gentle tinkling of exotic music, and the rich aromas of unfamiliar spices created an atmosphere of luxury and refinement that made a lasting impression on the young Roman. During his time in the East, Caesar also had his first taste of military action. He participated in the siege of Mytilene and was awarded the civic crown, Corona Civica, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This honor, a simple crown made of oak leaves, was one of the highest military decorations a Roman could receive, and Caesar wore it with quiet pride. When news reached Caesar that Sulla had died in 78 BCE, he decided to return to Rome. The city he came back to was still healing from the wounds of civil conflict, but it was also full of opportunity for a young man of noble birth, with military experience and growing connections. The soft golden light of the Italian sun, warming the ancient stones of the city, welcomed him home. Upon his return, Caesar chose to live modestly in the Subura district, the same neighborhood where he had spent his childhood. This choice was practical. It was an inexpensive area, but it also allowed him to maintain connections with ordinary Romans, whose support would be crucial for his later political career. The familiar sounds and scents of the Subura, the calls of street vendors in the morning, the aroma of fresh bread from the bakeries, the gentle hum of conversation from neighborhood taverns, provided a comforting backdrop as he began to rebuild his life in Rome. Rather than immediately seeking political office, Caesar decided to focus on developing his skills as an orator, recognizing the importance of public speaking in Roman political life. He traveled to Rhodes to study under Apollonius Maulon, a renowned teacher of rhetoric, whose other students included Cicero. The journey across the Mediterranean was a peaceful interlude, the gentle rocking of the ship on the azure waves, providing time for reflection and preparation for the challenges ahead. On Rhodes, Caesar immersed himself in his studies, spending long, quiet hours practicing speeches and refining his delivery. The island's serene beauty, its rolling hills covered in olive groves, the clear blue waters surrounding it, and the soft, warm breezes carrying the scent of cypress, created an ideal environment for learning and contemplation. His studies were interrupted briefly by an unexpected adventure. While crossing the Aegean Sea on his way to Rhodes, Caesar's ship was captured by pirates, a common hazard in the Mediterranean at that time. The pirates demanded a ransom for his release, and when Caesar laughed at the amount as too small for someone of his standing, they were both amused and intrigued by his confidence. During his captivity, which lasted about 38 days, Caesar maintained his dignity and even joked that he would return to crucify them after his release, a threat he later carried out, though in a show of mercy. He had their throats cut before they were crucified to spare them unnecessary suffering. After completing his studies on Rhodes, Caesar returned to Rome with enhanced oratorical skills and a growing reputation for both intelligence and courage. He began his political career in earnest, being elected as a military tribune and later as quaestor, the first rung on the ladder of Roman political offices. Each step was taken with careful consideration, each move calculated to build his reputation and expand his network of supporters. These early years of Caesar's life, from his birth into a noble but not exceptionally powerful family, through his education, his first marriage, his narrow escape from Sulla's purges, his military service, and his studies abroad, all contributed to shaping the man who would eventually transform Rome from a republic into an empire. The gentle currents of history carried him forward, each experience adding depth and complexity to his character, preparing him for the momentous role he would play on the world stage. As we drift back through time, imagining the young Caesar walking the streets of ancient Rome, studying on the peaceful island of Rhodes, or standing firm in the face of Sulla's demands, we can see the gradual unfolding of a remarkable life. The soft whispers of destiny were already surrounding him, though none could have predicted the full extent of his impact on the world. And so, as the stars wheel slowly overhead, marking the passage of time just as they did over 2,000 years ago, we leave young Caesar on the threshold of his great career, poised to step into the pages of history. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of ancient Rome, long before the marble columns began to crumble and the whispers of empire echoed through the Mediterranean, there lived a family whose name would one day become synonymous with power itself. The Julian clan, from which Gaius Julius Caesar would emerge, traced their lineage back through the mists of time to the very foundations of Rome. As we settle into this story, imagine the soft Italian breeze carrying the scents of olive groves and distant seas, while we explore the tapestry of ancestry that created one of history's most fascinating figures. The Julii family claimed descent from Aeolus, the son of Aeneas, who was himself said to be the son of the goddess Venus. This divine heritage was more than mere vanity. It connected the family to the mythical origins of Rome itself. Aeneas, according to the soothing rhythms of Virgil's poetry, had fled the burning ruins of Troy, carrying his father on his shoulders and leading his young son by the hand. After many years of wandering across the gentle waves of the Mediterranean, he eventually settled in Latium, planting the seeds that would grow into the eternal city. This treasured family story was passed down through generations of Julii, whispered to children as they drifted toward sleep, creating a sense of destiny and purpose that would eventually find its fullest expression in Julius Caesar himself. The family would often gather during the quiet evenings of winter to recount these tales, the firelight casting soft shadows as the elders spoke of their illustrious ancestors. The Julian family belonged to the patrician class, the original aristocracy of Rome. Yet by Caesar's time, they had experienced the gentle ebb and flow of fortune that touches all families across the centuries. Once among the most powerful patrician families during the early Republic, by the 1st century BCE, the Julii Caesar's branch had diminished somewhat in political influence, though they maintained their noble status and connections. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, served as a praetor, a high-ranking official in the Roman Republic, but never reached the consulship, the highest regular political office. He married Orliacata, a woman from another distinguished family, the Orli, who were of plebeian noble origin, but had risen to prominence through service to the state. Orlia would become a profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the values of dignity, education, and ambition that would carry him through life. In the quiet household of Caesar's youth, Orlia maintained the traditional Roman virtues. She oversaw the education of her children with careful attention, ensuring that young Gaius Julius received instruction in literature, rhetoric, and the physical training expected of a Roman nobleman. The soft hours of morning would find him studying Greek and Latin texts, absorbing the wisdom of ancient philosophers and the stirring verses of Homer and other poets. The family home would have been modest by later Roman standards, yet comfortable and filled with the small treasures accumulated over generations. Perhaps there were wax masks of ancestors displayed in wooden cabinets, as was the custom for noble families. These imaginees, as they were called, connected the living to those who had gone before, creating a tangible link between past and present. On special days, these masks would be worn in procession by family members, allowing the ancestors to participate in celebrations and ceremonies. Their presence, a comforting reminder of continuity and tradition. The daily rhythms of the household followed patterns established over centuries. The family would rise with the gentle light of dawn, breaking their fast simply before attending to the day's responsibilities. The main meal, the cena, would be taken in the late afternoon, a time for the family to gather and share the events of the day. In the Caesar household, this was likely a time for discussion and learning, with Aurelia guiding conversations toward edifying topics and ensuring that her children were exposed to ideas that would serve them well. Beyond the immediate family, Caesar was surrounded by a network of relatives whose connections helped shape his early years. His Aunt Julia was married to Gaius Marius, a towering figure in Roman politics and a celebrated general who had reformed the Roman army. Through this connection, young Caesar was exposed to the world of power and politics from an early age, observing the complex dance of alliances and rivalries that characterized Roman public life. The gentle influence of these family connections would prove vital in Caesar's early career. When the dictator Sulla, an enemy of Marius, came to power and began eliminating potential opponents, Caesar found himself in danger despite his youth. It was through the intervention of family connections that he survived this perilous time, with his mother's family, the Coti, using their influence to protect him. The cultural context of Caesar's upbringing was one of transition and transformation. Rome was evolving from a city-state into the center of a vast Mediterranean empire, bringing wealth, new ideas, and cultural influences from distant lands. The traditional values of the Republic, simplicity, duty, and service to the state, were increasingly challenged by luxury, individualism, and the ambitions of powerful men. Within this changing world, the Julian family maintained connections to their ancient Latin roots. Family traditions would have included participation in religious festivals that dated back to the earliest days of Rome. The Julii had a special connection to Venus, their divine ancestress, and Caesar would later build a temple to Venus Genetrix, the mother of their line, emphasizing this ancient bond. The family also maintained ancestral lands in the region around Rome, where they had likely held property for generations. These country estates provided a retreat from the bustle of urban life and connected the family to the agricultural traditions that Romans held in such high regard. Here, among the olive groves and vineyards, young Caesar would have learned about the seasonal rhythms that governed rural life, watching as workers harvested crops and pressed olives for oil, activities that had continued unchanged for centuries. Education within the family was not merely academic, but encompassed the full range of skills and knowledge needed by a Roman nobleman. Caesar would have learned about agriculture and estate management, military matters, law, and the complex web of obligations and relationships that structured Roman society. His father and male relatives would have taken him to the forum to observe legal proceedings and political debates, gradually introducing him to the public world. He would later dominate the women of the family, particularly his mother Aurelia, would have ensured he understood the importance of family alliances and the social graces needed to navigate Roman society. They would have shared stories of ancestors who had served the Republic with distinction, creating a sense of duty and expectation that helped shape his ambitions. As Caesar grew, he absorbed not only the specific traditions of the Julian clan, but also the broader cultural heritage of Rome itself, the values emphasized in the stories of early Roman heroes: courage, dignity, loyalty, and service to the state became part of his worldview. Yet, he was also exposed to newer ideas, particularly Hellenistic influences that had been transforming Roman culture for generations. This blending of traditional Roman values with Greek learning created a particular cultural milieu that valued both practical achievement and intellectual sophistication. Caesar's education reflected this dual heritage, combining rigorous training in rhetoric and philosophy with the practical skills needed by a Roman leader. When Caesar was still a young man, his father died unexpectedly. This loss thrust additional responsibilities onto his shoulders as he became the head of his immediate family. The quiet dignity with which his mother Aurelia faced this challenge provided a model of Roman stoicism that influenced his own approach to adversity throughout his life. His first marriage, arranged when he was still quite young, connected him to another family network. His bride, Cornelia, was the daughter of Cinna, a political leader who had been aligned with Caesar's uncle Marius. This marriage strengthened his connections to this political faction and demonstrated how family alliances were interwoven with political considerations in Roman society. When Sulla demanded that Caesar divorce Cornelia as part of his campaign against the supporters of Marius, Caesar's refusal demonstrated both his loyalty to family bonds and the independence of character that would mark his later career. This decision forced him to flee Rome temporarily, separating him from the family circle that had nurtured him and pushing him into new experiences that would broaden his horizons during his time away from Rome. First in military service in Asia Minor, and then studying rhetoric on the island of Rhodes, Caesar carried with him the cultural identity formed in his family home. The values instilled by his parents guided his actions even as he adapted to new circumstances and absorbed new influences. The gentle island of Rhodes, with its clear light and venerable philosophical traditions, provided an environment where Caesar could refine his oratorical skills and deepen his understanding of Greek thought. The rhythmic sound of waves against the shore accompanied his studies, and the unhurried pace of island life allowed for deep reflection on all he had learned. When he eventually returned to Rome, Caesar brought with him not only enhanced skills, but also a broader perspective, having seen more of the world than many of his contemporaries. This combination of strong Roman family values and wider cultural exposure created in him a unique blend of traditionalism and innovation that would characterize his approach to politics and leadership. As Caesar began his political career in earnest, the foundations laid in his family and cultural background continued to influence his choices and actions. The networks of relationships established through family connections provided support and opportunities. The education he had received, both formal and informal, gave him the tools to succeed in Rome's competitive political environment. Each careful step up the political ladder, military tribune, questor, aedile, praetor, built upon this foundation. His growing reputation for intelligence, courage, and oratorical skill reflected both his natural abilities and the careful cultivation he had received within his family circle. The soft currents of family history and cultural heritage that had shaped Caesar continued to flow through his life as he moved toward the momentous role he would play in Roman history. The young man who had listened to family stories by firelight, who had studied ancient texts under his mother's watchful eye, who had observed the political world through family connections, gradually transformed into the leader who would forever change Rome. As we drift back through time, imagining the gentle household where Caesar grew to manhood, we can see how the accumulated wisdom of generations created the foundation for his remarkable life. The whispered stories of divine ancestry, the lessons in dignity and duty, the networks of family relationships. All these elements combined to shape his identity and worldview. And so, as the stars wheel slowly overhead, just as they did more than 2,000 years ago, we leave Caesar at the threshold of his great career, carrying with him the rich heritage of his family and culture, poised to step into the pages of history, his path illuminated by the gentle light of all those who had gone before him. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle glow of early morning sunlight that filtered through the narrow streets of Rome's Suburra district, young Gaius Julius Caesar would have awakened to the soft sounds of a city slowly coming to life. The Suburra, nestled in a valley between the Viminal and Esquiline hills, was a place of vibrant contrasts, where the modest homes of plebeians stood alongside the more comfortable dwellings of rising families like the Julii. As we rest our minds and imagine this ancient world, we can almost feel the cool morning air of Caesar's childhood home, a modest yet dignified domus that reflected his family's status patrician by blood, but modest in wealth. The walls of Caesar's childhood home would have been adorned with ancestral masks or imageries, the wax likenesses of his forebears who had served Rome as officials, a constant reminder of the family's ancient lineage that supposedly traced back to the goddess Venus herself. These silent faces would have watched over the young boy as he moved through the atrium, the central hall where shafts of light descended through the compluvium. The open roof that allowed rainwater to collect in the impluvium basin below. The gentle patter of rain in this basin might have been a soothing lullaby on stormy nights, a sound that connected the home to the natural elements. The domus would have been modestly furnished with wooden tables and couches, perhaps adorned with cushions of undyed wool, reflecting the traditional Roman values of simplicity and frugality that were still honored, if not always practiced, in the late Republic. The smooth, cool feel of terracotta tiles beneath small feet, the subtle scent of olive oil lamps, and the distant murmur of household slaves going about their morning duties would have formed the sensory backdrop of Caesar's earliest memories. Beyond the walls of the family home, the subura hummed with life from dawn until dusk. Unlike the grand homes on the Palatine Hill, where Rome's wealthiest citizens resided, the subura was a neighborhood of narrow streets and tall, multi-story apartment buildings called insulae. The gentle rhythm of daily life would have included the calls of street vendors, selling everything from fresh bread to vegetables brought in from farms outside the city walls. The aroma of freshly baked bread would have wafted through the early morning air, mingling with the less pleasant scents of a densely populated urban area without modern sanitation. As the young Caesar ventured out with his mother Orlia, or perhaps a trusted household slave, he would have navigated streets that grew increasingly crowded as the day progressed. The sound of wooden-wheeled carts rumbling over stone pavements, the distant hammering from workshops, and the melodic calls of merchants created a symphony of urban life that would have been as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. These sounds, rising and falling like gentle waves throughout the day, formed the acoustic landscape of his childhood world. The Forum, not far from the subura, would have been a place of wonder for a young boy, especially one from a family with political connections. Here, beneath the open sky, surrounded by temples and basilicas, Caesar would have witnessed the public life of Rome unfold. The dignified voices of orators, the solemn processions of priests, and the formal exchanges of the marketplace all contributed to his understanding of what it meant to be Roman. The cool shade of colonnades offered respite from the Mediterranean sun, while the imposing structures of public buildings demonstrated Rome's growing power and sophistication. The changing seasons would have brought their own rhythms to Caesar's childhood. In spring, the hills around Rome would have been carpeted with wildflowers, and the countryside beyond the city walls would have bustled with agricultural activity. Summer brought heat that slowed the pace of life during midday, when many retreated indoors for rest. The gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze might have provided a natural lullaby as the household settled for the night. Autumn brought harvest festivals and religious observances, while winter saw the family gathering closer to the hearth, perhaps telling stories of their ancestors or discussing the political events of the day. The social environment of Caesar's childhood was shaped by his family's unique position. The Julii were patricians, members of Rome's original aristocratic families, but they had fallen from the highest echelons of power and wealth. This created a particular perspective, one foot in the world of ancient privilege and tradition, the other in the practical realities of navigating Roman society without the advantage of enormous wealth. His father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, served as a praetor and proconsul, but was not among Rome's most powerful men. His mother Orlia, however, came from the influential Orlae family and was known for her intelligence and virtue. The household would have operated according to traditional Roman values, with the paterfamilias, the male head of household, holding formal authority, while the women of the family, particularly Caesar's mother, exerted significant influence over education and household management. The daily rhythm of family life likely included shared meals, religious observances at the household shrine, and education that combined physical training with study of literature, rhetoric, and history. Education in ancient Rome began at home, and for a boy of Caesar's background, his earliest lessons would have come from his mother. Orlia is believed to have been well educated herself, and she would have guided her son in his first encounters with letters and numbers. The soft murmur of her voice as she corrected his pronunciation or explained a difficult passage would have been a constant in his early years. Later, he might have attended a school run by a grammaticus, where he would study Greek and Latin literature, or received instruction from private tutors within the home. The natural environment beyond the city walls would have been as important to Caesar's development as the urban landscape. The rolling hills of Latium, with their olive groves and vineyards, the flowing waters of the Tiber River, and the distant blue line of the sea would have formed the broader geographical context of his world. Seasonal visits to family properties in the countryside might have provided respite from urban life and connection to the agricultural rhythms that were still central to Roman identity. Even as the city grew more cosmopolitan, religious observances would have punctuated the year with festivals and ceremonies, creating a gentle cycle that connected daily life to cosmic and divine forces. As a member of the Julian clan, which claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas and his son Aeolus, Caesar would have been raised with an awareness of his family's special religious status. The Julian family also maintained a hereditary priesthood, and these sacred responsibilities would have been part of the cultural inheritance passed down to the young Caesar. The political climate of Rome during Caesar's childhood was one of growing tension and change. Born in 100 BCE, he grew up during a period when the traditional structures of the Republic were being strained by social conflicts, the ambitions of powerful generals, and the challenges of governing an expanding empire. The social war and the civil conflicts between Marius and Sulla would have cast shadows over his adolescence, perhaps instilling in him an early awareness of political fragility and the power of military leadership. Marius, who was married to Caesar's Aunt Julia, represented a new kind of Roman leader, one who rose through military success rather than aristocratic connections alone. His reforms of the Roman army and his unusual sequence of consulships challenged traditional limitations on power. Sulla, on the other hand, represented a conservative reaction, using military force to restore what he saw as the proper aristocratic control of the Republic. The gentle household conversations about these figures and events would have shaped Caesar's understanding of power and possibility in Roman society. The sensory experiences of childhood often leave the deepest impressions. For Caesar, these might have included the cool touch of a marble statue in a temple, the warm weight of a toga when he first wore the garment of Roman citizenship, the taste of honey-sweetened porridge on winter mornings, or the scent of incense during religious ceremonies. These tactile memories, carried through life, connect us to our earliest experiences of the world. The sounds of multiple languages would have been part of Caesar's environment as well. While Latin was the language of Rome, Greek was the language of culture and education. Household slaves might have spoken other languages from across the Mediterranean world. This linguistic diversity reflected Rome's position as the center of a growing network of power and influence that stretched across multiple cultures and regions. As night fell over the 7 hills of Rome, oil lamps would have been lit in the Caesar household, casting warm, flickering light on the walls. Perhaps young Gaius would have listened to stories told by family members or educated slaves, tales of Roman heroes, Greek myths, or family history. The soft crackle of lamp wicks and the gentle cadence of storytelling voices would have created an atmosphere of comfort and continuity, connecting the boy to a cultural heritage that stretched back through generations. Sleep would have come on simple beds, perhaps with mattresses stuffed with wool or straw, under woolen blankets that provided warmth against the night chill. The distant sounds of the city might have filtered through. The occasional call of a night watchman, the bark of a dog, the soft footsteps of those still moving through the streets, creating a gentle soundtrack that reminded the sleeper of the community that surrounded them. Even in rest, the physical spaces of Caesar's childhood, from the intimate rooms of the family domus to the grand public spaces of the forum, from the narrow streets of the Suburra to the open countryside beyond the city walls, all contributed to his understanding of the world and his place within it. These environments shaped not just his physical experiences, but his conception of social relationships, political possibilities, and cultural identity. The soft currents of family history and cultural heritage that had shaped Caesar continued to flow through his life. As he moved toward the momentous role he would play in Roman history, the young man who had listened to family stories by firelight, who had studied ancient texts under his mother's watchful eye, who had observed the political world through family connections, gradually transformed into the leader who would forever change Rome. As we drift back through time, imagining the gentle household where Caesar grew to manhood, we can see how the accumulated wisdom of generations created the foundation for his remarkable life. The whispered stories of divine ancestry, the lessons in dignity and duty, the networks of family relationships. All these elements combined to shape his identity and worldview. And so, as the stars wheel slowly overhead, just as they did more than 2,000 years ago, we leave Caesar at the threshold of his great career, carrying with him the rich heritage of his family and culture, poised to step into the pages of history, his path illuminated by the gentle light of all those who had gone before him. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In those formative years of Julius Caesar's life, as the gentle Roman sun warmed the marble steps of learning halls, the young patrician embarked on a journey of intellectual discovery that would shape not only his mind, but the future of an empire. Let us wander unhurriedly through these quiet gardens of his education, where ideas bloomed like delicate flowers under the patient care of dedicated mentors. The education of a Roman nobleman like Caesar began in the soft, nurturing environment of home. In those early years, his mother Orlia would sit with him during the peaceful afternoons, her voice a soothing melody as she guided his small fingers across wax tablets, teaching him the first letters of the Latin alphabet. The household was a place of gentle learning, where slaves educated in Greek literature would speak to the young boy in their melodious native tongue, allowing him to absorb the language naturally, like a plant drawing water from rich soil. As the seasons turned and Caesar grew from a child into a youth, his formal education expanded in rhythm with his developing mind. Roman boys of noble birth typically began their structured learning around the age of 7, and Caesar was no exception. Each morning, as the first light touched the 7 hills of Rome, he would make his way to the home of his grammar teacher, or grammaticus. The walk itself was an education, passing through streets where vendors called softly, where the scent of baking bread mingled with the distant murmur of the forum, where every building told stories of Rome's gradual rise to greatness. The grammaticus who guided Caesar's early formal education was a learned man named Marcus Antonius Nifo, a freedman from Gaul who had earned respect for his deep knowledge of both Latin and Greek literature. In the cool, quiet room where Caesar and other noble boys gathered, Nifo would recite passages from Homer and Aeneas, his voice rising and falling like gentle waves against a shore. The boys would listen, then carefully copy the passages onto their tablets, absorbing not just the words, but the rhythm and beauty of well-crafted language. These lessons extended beyond mere recitation as the afternoon shadows lengthened across the floor. Nifo would engage the boys in discussions about the moral lessons contained within these ancient texts. What virtues did Achilles embody? What flaws led to his downfall? How might a Roman apply these lessons to his own life? Caesar, with his quick mind and thoughtful nature, often had insights that impressed his teacher, who would nod approvingly as the boy articulated his thoughts with growing confidence. Music, too, formed part of this well-rounded education. In the cool of the evening, a Greek music teacher would guide Caesar's fingers across the strings of the lyre, teaching him harmonies that had been played since the time of Pythagoras, the mathematics of music, the perfect intervals, the pleasing ratios, helped develop the logical thinking that would later serve Caesar so well in his military strategies and political calculations. As Caesar moved into his teenage years, his education shifted toward rhetoric, that most valued skill for any Roman who hoped to succeed in public life. His new teacher, Apollonius Maulon of Rhodes, was renowned throughout the Mediterranean world for his ability to shape young minds into powerful orators. In Maulon's school, the pace was unhurried but deliberate. Students would spend weeks perfecting a single speech, learning to modulate their voices like instruments, to use pauses effectively, to build arguments with the careful precision of master architects constructing temples. Maulon saw in Caesar a natural talent for connecting with listeners. "Your words have wings," he once told the young man after a particularly moving practice oration. This lesson stayed with Caesar throughout his life, informing his approach to communication, whether addressing battle-weary troops or the skeptical members of the Senate. Beyond formal schooling, Caesar's education continued in the form of mentorship from older relatives and family friends. His uncle by marriage, Gaius Marius, a celebrated general who had reformed the Roman army, would sometimes invite the attentive young man to accompany him on walks through the countryside. As they followed paths winding through olive groves, Marius would share stories of campaigns in Africa and Gaul, describing not just battles, but the logistics of moving armies, the psychology of leadership, the importance of timing and terrain. These leisurely conversations, punctuated by the gentle sounds of nature, planted seeds of military understanding that would later flourish when Caesar commanded his own legions. Another influential figure in Caesar's intellectual development was Publius Mucius Scaevola, a renowned jurist who opened the world of Roman law to the curious young man. In Scaevola's library, filled with scrolls containing centuries of legal precedents, Caesar would spend peaceful hours studying the foundations of Roman society. The older man would patiently explain the evolution of legal concepts, the balance between strict interpretation and practical justice, the ways in which good laws served as the invisible architecture supporting the Republic. These quiet study sessions, with sunlight filtering through high windows and dust motes dancing in the air, gave Caesar an appreciation for the structural underpinnings of governance that would inform his later approach to reforming the Roman state, as was customary for young men of his status. Caesar's education also included travel, that most gentle yet profound of teachers. In his late teens, he journeyed to Rhodes, where he studied under the philosopher Posidonius. The island's serene beauty provided a perfect backdrop for contemplation of Stoic principles, the importance of virtue over pleasure, the acceptance of what cannot be changed, the cultivation of inner tranquility amid external chaos. Walking along Rhodes' peaceful shores at sunset, discussing ideas with fellow students from across the Mediterranean world, Caesar absorbed perspectives that transcended Rome's sometimes provincial outlook. During this period of travel, Caesar also spent time in the cosmopolitan city of Alexandria, where the great library housed the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations. There, in hushed reading rooms where scholars spoke in whispers, he encountered astronomical calculations from Babylon, medical treatises from Egypt, philosophical dialogues from Athens. The library's vast collection demonstrated how knowledge flowed across borders, how ideas built upon one another like layers of sediment forming rich new soil. This experience fostered in Caesar an intellectual openness, a willingness to consider useful innovations regardless of their origin. Caesar's education also extended into the practical realm of politics through careful observation. As a young man, he would often sit quietly at the back of the Senate House, listening as experienced orators debated issues of state. He noted not just their arguments, but their techniques. How one senator used personal anecdotes to make abstract policies relatable. How another employed strategic silence to draw attention to his next point. How a third diffused tension with well-timed humor, like an apprentice watching master craftsmen. Caesar absorbed these skills, integrating them into his own developing style. The young Caesar's intellectual development was further nurtured through conversation circles, where Rome's brightest minds gathered in private homes to discuss ideas over wine and simple meals. In these intimate settings, where candles cast soft, flickering light on thoughtful faces, Caesar would listen intently as poets, philosophers, and politicians exchanged perspectives. Sometimes these discussions continued until dawn, with participants exploring questions about the nature of justice, the purpose of government, the relationship between tradition and progress. These unhurried exchanges helped Caesar develop the ability to see issues from multiple angles, a skill that would later make him a nuanced leader, capable of balancing competing interests. Writing, too, became an important aspect of Caesar's intellectual practice. In the quiet hours before dawn, when Rome was still wrapped in darkness and most citizens slept, he would often rise to capture his thoughts on parchment. This daily discipline of organizing his thoughts on paper contributed to the remarkable mental clarity that allowed him to dictate letters on multiple subjects simultaneously while on campaign, a feat that astonished his contemporaries. As Caesar moved into his 20s, his education took on a more practical dimension through his service as a military tribune in Asia Minor. The campaign provided a different kind of classroom, where theoretical knowledge met the reality of command. In the peaceful evenings after marches, sitting around campfires with more experienced officers, Caesar would ask thoughtful questions about tactics and strategy. These veterans, impressed by the young tribune's genuine interest and quick understanding, shared insights gained through decades of service. The gentle crackle of the fire, the distant sounds of the camp settling for the night, created a perfect atmosphere for this transfer of wisdom from one generation to the next. Throughout these formative years, Caesar maintained a practice that both reflected and enhanced his intellectual development, his personal library. Unlike some collectors who acquired books more for display than for reading, Caesar actively engaged with his growing collection of scrolls. Each new edition was not merely stored, but studied, with Caesar often making notes in the margins or creating separate commentaries. His library traveled with him even on campaigns, carried by dedicated slaves who knew the value their master placed on having access to knowledge regardless of his location. This portable treasury of ideas provided comfort and inspiration during quiet moments away from Rome. The cumulative effect of this multifaceted education was a mind that combined breadth with depth, theoretical understanding with practical knowledge, respect for tradition with openness to innovation. As Caesar moved toward his 30s, contemporaries increasingly noted his intellectual gifts, his remarkable memory that could recall passages from books read years earlier, his ability to grasp complex problems quickly, his talent for explaining difficult concepts in accessible language. These qualities, cultivated through years of patient study and reflection, prepared him for the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. And so, as we imagine Caesar at this threshold of his career, we see not just the ambitious young politician, but the product of a rich educational journey, the quiet hours of study, the thoughtful conversations with mentors, the observations of effective leadership, the exposure to diverse cultures and ideas. All these experiences had woven themselves into the fabric of his character and intellect, like a river gathering strength from countless tributaries. Caesar's mind had been nourished by many sources, creating a force that would eventually reshape the landscape of Roman history. As night deepens and our thoughts grow more peaceful, we might picture the young Caesar sitting in his study, a single oil lamp casting a warm glow over an unfurled scroll. Outside, Rome sleeps beneath a canopy of stars, the same stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations before, and would continue their silent watch long after. In this moment of tranquil contemplation, the future dictator is simply a thoughtful young man, absorbing ideas that will one day help him change the world. His breathing slow and regular, his mind expanding like the universe itself, vast, complex, and full of possibility. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet glow of that same lamplight, we might imagine Caesar reflecting on those who had shaped him, the voices that had whispered wisdom into his ear, the hands that had guided his own as he learned to wield both words and power. His journey, like all great journeys, was not walked alone. Along the way, certain figures stood out like beacons, illuminating his path, offering counsel, sometimes challenging him, always leaving an imprint on his ever-growing mind. One of the earliest and most profound influences was his mother, Orliacata. In a world where Roman matrons were often confined to domestic roles, Orlia was a woman of formidable intellect and strength. She supervised Caesar's early education with meticulous care, ensuring he mastered not only the basics of rhetoric and literature, but also the subtle art of discipline. It was said that even as a boy, Caesar never slouched, never allowed himself to appear less than composed, a habit instilled by her watchful eye. Later in life, when he faced the turbulence of politics, it was her advice he sought, her steady presence that reminded him of patience and calculation. She taught him that power was not just seized, but carefully cultivated, like a garden tended over years. Then there was Marcus Antonius Nifo, the gifted rhetorician who tutored the young Caesar in the art of oratory. Nifo was a freedman, a man who had once been enslaved, but whose intellect had earned him respect in Rome's scholarly circles. Under his guidance, Caesar learned not just how to speak, but how to move an audience, how to weave logic with emotion, how to pause for effect, how to make every word land with precision. Nifo would often tell him, "Words are like arrows, loose them carelessly, and they will miss their mark." Caesar would later become one of Rome's greatest orators, a skill that swayed senators and soldiers alike. And in those moments, one could still hear the echo of his old teacher's wisdom. As he grew older, another figure entered his life, Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage, and a towering presence in Roman military history. Marius was a man of the people, a general who had reformed the legions and reshaped Rome's army into a formidable force. Though Caesar was only a boy when Marius was at the height of his power, the stories of his uncle's victories, his clashes with the aristocracy, his rise from relative obscurity to the pinnacle of command, left an indelible mark. Marius showed him that greatness was not inherited, but earned, that a name alone was not enough, One had to forge one's own destiny. Even after Marius's fall from grace, Caesar carried these lessons with him, a quiet determination to surpass even his uncle's legacy. Yet not all influences were so overt. Sometimes wisdom came in fleeting encounters, in the words of men who may not have realized the impact they had. There was Apollonius Maulon, the famed Rhodian rhetorician, under whom Caesar studied during his time in Rhodes. Maulon was a master of the Greek style of oratory, fluid and persuasive, and he urged Caesar to refine his natural talent, to avoid the bombast that lesser speakers relied upon. Caesar took this to heart, developing a style that was both elegant and commanding, one that could disarm opponents as easily as it could inspire loyalty. And then there were the thinkers of the past, the voices that reached him through scrolls and treatises. Alexander the Great was a constant presence in Caesar's imagination, the young conqueror who had reshaped the world before his 30th year. Caesar would often read accounts of Alexander's campaigns, marveling at his audacity, his ability to move swiftly and decisively. It was said that once, while crossing the Alps, Caesar paused at a small village, and upon seeing a statue of Alexander, grew pensive. "At my age," he murmured, "Alexander had already conquered the world." The comparison haunted and drove him, a reminder that time was fleeting, that glory must be seized. But perhaps the most complex of his relationships was with Cicero, the great orator and statesman. Cicero was both mentor and rival, a man whose intellect Caesar respected, but whose caution he often found frustrating. Their interactions were like a careful dance, sometimes collaborative, sometimes antagonistic. Cicero admired Caesar's brilliance, but distrusted his ambition, warning others of the danger he posed to the Republic. Yet, even in their disagreements, Caesar learned from him, absorbing the nuances of political maneuvering, the way a well-placed word could be as powerful as an army. Years later, when Cicero's fears proved justified, there was still a strange mutual respect between them, the kind that exists between two men who understand each other's minds all too well. As the years passed, these influences wove themselves into the tapestry of Caesar's being. Some, like his mother and Marius, had shaped his character, imbuing him with discipline and ambition. Others, like Nipho and Maulon, had sharpened his skills, honing the tools he would use to command and persuade. And still others, like Alexander and Cicero, had served as mirrors, reflecting back to him both his potential and his perils. Now, as the lamp flickers low and the night stretches on, we can almost see these figures gathering in the shadows of his study, whispering, guiding, reminding. And Caesar, ever the student even as he became the master, listens, for no great leader is ever truly self-made. Behind every triumph, every bold decision, every word that changes the course of history, there are the voices of those who came before, who shaped the mind that would one day shape the world. And as sleep begins to claim us, we too might think of those who have shaped us, the teachers, the family, the friends, the voices in books that spoke across time. Like Caesar, we are the sum of many influences, each one leaving its quiet mark, each one guiding us in ways seen and unseen toward who we are meant to be. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. The early steps of Julius Caesar's career were taken with careful precision, like a dancer learning the first movements of a complex routine. Rome, in those days, was a city humming with political intrigue, a place where a young man of ambition had to navigate treacherous waters with both boldness and subtlety. The Republic was vast, stretching across lands from Hispania to Asia Minor, but its heart beat in the Forum, where speeches echoed off marble columns and alliances shifted like sand in the wind. Caesar's first official role came when he was barely more than a boy, appointed as a priest of Jupiter, the Flamen Diales. It was a position steeped in ancient tradition, one that required him to observe countless rituals and restrictions. He could not ride a horse, touch metal, or even spend a night outside the city. For a young man who had already tasted the thrill of military life under his uncle Marius, these constraints must have felt stifling, like a bird caged just as it learns to spread its wings. But even here, in the quiet halls of the temple, Caesar absorbed the weight of Rome's sacred past, understanding how deeply religion was woven into the fabric of power. Then, like a sudden storm, the dictator Sulla seized control of Rome. He demanded loyalty, purging his enemies with ruthless efficiency. Caesar, whose family ties linked him to Sulla's rivals, found himself in danger. The stories say he fled into the night, stripped of his priesthood, his wife's dowry confiscated. He wandered the hills of the Sabine country, moving from safe house to safe house, listening for the sound of approaching soldiers. It was a time of uncertainty, of whispered conversations and stolen meals. But even in exile, Caesar's mind was at work, observing, analyzing, waiting for his moment to return. When Sulla finally relented, some say under pressure from Caesar's powerful relatives, the young man came back to Rome, but not to rest. Instead, he turned to the law, that great instrument of Roman politics. He prosecuted corrupt governors in the courts, his voice rising in the basilica like a blade, cutting through the thick air of corruption. These early cases, though not always successful, honed his oratory and sharpened his understanding of the Republic's flaws. He saw how men in power could be brought low by their own greed, and how the right words, delivered at the right moment, could sway the hearts of judges and crowds alike. Yet Caesar knew that true influence in Rome required more than legal victories. It demanded military glory. And so he left the city once more, this time by choice, sailing across the restless waves to the island of Rhodes. There he studied under Apollonius Maulon, the famed rhetorician, refining his speech, until it flowed like a river, smooth and unstoppable. But the journey itself became a turning point. Pirates captured his ship, holding him hostage for weeks. Even in captivity, Caesar's presence was undeniable. He joked with his captors, promised to return and crucify them. And when he was freed, he did exactly that, raising a fleet to hunt them down. It was a small victory in the grand scheme of his life, but it showed something essential: his refusal to be humiliated, his instinct to turn every obstacle into an opportunity. Back in Rome, step by step, he climbed the ladder of offices, each rung bringing him closer to the heights of power. He served as questor in Hispania, managing finances with a sharp eye, learning how wealth could fuel ambition. He organized lavish games as aedile, filling the circus with roaring crowds, proving that the people's favor could be won with spectacle as well as substance. And always, he built alliances, sometimes with gold, sometimes with charm, always with that uncanny ability to see what others wanted before they knew it themselves. The year 63 BC brought one of his greatest early tests: the conspiracy of Catiline. Rome trembled on the edge of chaos as whispers of revolution slithered through its streets. Cicero, then consul, stood firm against the plotters, demanding execution without trial. Caesar, ever the strategist, argued for mercy, not because he sympathized with traitors, but because he understood the dangers of setting a precedent where the Senate could kill citizens without due process. It was a moment where principle and pragmatism met, where Caesar's voice, calm and measured, cut through the panic. Though he lost the debate, he won something else: the respect of those who saw in him a man who could think beyond the heat of the moment. By now, the threads of his life were drawing together: the lessons of his teachers, the scars of his early struggles, the quiet observations of years spent navigating Rome's labyrinthine politics. He was ready for the next step, the one that would take him beyond the city walls, beyond the world he knew, into the vast expanse of Gaul, where his name would be written in fire and blood upon the pages of history. But that, dear listener, is a story for another night, when the stars are just as bright and sleep drifts just as gently over us. For now, let us simply imagine him as he was in those early years, a young man walking the streets of Rome at dusk, his shadow stretching long before him, the weight of all that was to come still resting lightly on his shoulders. The air is cool, the first lamps are being lit, and somewhere in the distance, a poet sings of heroes long past. Caesar listens, as he always does, storing away the words, the rhythms, the lessons, knowing that one day he too will be part of the song. And as your eyelids grow heavy, as the night wraps around you like a soft cloak, perhaps you too can hear the echoes of those who walked before us, their whispers blending with the wind, guiding us gently into dreams, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. Now, let let us drift deeper into the story, like a leaf floating on a slow river, carried by currents of time to the great moments that shaped Julius Caesar's legacy. His name would one day echo through history, not just as a conqueror, but as a man who reshaped the world with his vision, his cunning, and his relentless will. But let us take our time, as the night is long, and sleep comes softly to those who listen to tales told gently. When Caesar crossed into Gaul, the land was wild, untamed, a patchwork of fiercely independent tribes who had never bowed to Rome. The wind howled through its forests, the rivers ran deep and swift, and the people fought with a fierceness that had kept even the mightiest empires at bay. But Caesar saw opportunity where others saw only danger. He understood that to secure his own power in Rome, he needed glory won on the battlefield, wealth brought back to the city, and lands claimed in the name of the Republic. And so, with careful strategy and a mind sharp as a blade, he began his conquest. His methods were precise, his tactics patient. He did not rush into battle blindly, but studied his enemies, learned their weaknesses, and turned their strengths against them. He knew that wars were not won by brute force alone, but by persuasion, by alliances, by knowing when to strike and when to wait. He wrote letters, sent envoys, played one tribe against another, until the Gauls themselves were fractured, their unity crumbling before his legions. And when the time was right, he moved like a storm, swift and unrelenting. The Battle of Alesia stands as a testament to his genius. There, he built fortifications not just around the enemy, but around his own army, creating a ring of iron that no force could break. Vercingetorix, the proud Gaulish chieftain, had no choice but to surrender, his people broken beneath the weight of Rome's discipline. But Caesar was more than a general. He was a builder, a lawgiver, a man who understood that conquest meant nothing without order. In Gaul, he did not merely destroy, he rebuilt in Rome's image. Roads were laid, towns rose where villages had stood, and the people, those who survived, found themselves part of something greater, whether they wished it or not. He wrote of these deeds himself, his asterisk commentaries on the Gallic War, a careful blend of truth and propaganda, ensuring that Rome would remember him not as a butcher, but as a bringer of civilization. Yet even as he shaped Gaul, Rome's own politics grew stormy. The Senate, wary of his growing power, demanded he lay down his command and return as a private citizen. But Caesar knew that to do so would mean the end of everything he had built. And so, on a cold winter's day, he stood by the Rubicon, a small river that marked the boundary between his province and Italy proper. To cross it with his army would be treason, an act of war against Rome itself. But Caesar had never hesitated before fate's great moments. "The die is cast," he murmured, and stepped forward. What followed was a war unlike any Rome had seen, not against foreigners, but against itself. Pompey, once his ally, now stood against him, leading the Senate's forces. The fighting was bitter, the stakes unimaginable, but Caesar moved with the same precision he had shown in Gaul, outmaneuvering his enemies, winning battles not just with swords, but with mercy. Where others slaughtered their foes, he pardoned them, knowing that clemency could turn enemies into allies. And so, step by step, he tightened his grip on Rome until at last he stood alone, the Republic's traditions bending beneath his will. He did not call himself king. That word was too dangerous, too hated, but he ruled as one. The Senate still met, the old offices still stood, but Caesar's voice was the one that mattered. He reformed the calendar, giving us the system we still use today. He planned great public works, fed the poor, expanded citizenship, and dreamed of an empire that stretched beyond what anyone had imagined. His mind was always moving, always calculating, as if he could see centuries ahead. Yet, for all his power, he knew the dangers of ambition. The whispers of conspiracy grew louder, the shadows in the Senate longer, and on the Ides of March, in the year 44 BCE, those shadows took form. Daggers flashed in the dim light of the Senate chamber, not once, not twice, but 23 times, and Caesar fell, his last sight perhaps the faces of men he had spared, men he had trusted, but legends do not end so easily. His name lived on. In the empire, his adopted heir Augustus would build, in the laws he had shaped, in the very idea of what it meant to rule. The Rome he left behind was not the Rome he had found, and the world would never be the same. And now, as sleep draws near, let us imagine him not in death, but in life, standing on a hill overlooking Gaul, the wind stirring his cloak, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The work was never done for men like Caesar. There were always more battles to fight, more lands to conquer, more history to write. But for us, dear listener, there is only the quiet of the night, the slow rise and fall of breath, and the gentle pull of dreams, where even the greatest of men fade into whispers, and all stories find their rest as your breathing becomes more regular. Let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Julius Caesar was a tapestry woven with moments of daring, fortune, and fate, each thread pulling him toward a destiny that would reshape the world. If we listen closely, in the quiet of the night, we can trace the path of his choices, the crossroads where history balanced on the edge of a blade. Long before he stood as a conqueror, Caesar was a young man marked by ambition and burdened by debt. One of the first great turning points came when he was appointed governor of Hispania Ulterior. It was here, far from Rome's glittering streets, that he first tasted true command. The mountains and valleys of Spain shaped him, hardened him, and gave him the confidence to dream bigger. Had he chosen to remain in the shadows of safer men, content with modest power, perhaps Rome would have known a different story. But ambition burned in him like an unquenchable flame, and so he returned to Rome, eyes fixed on the consulship. Then came the first triumvirate, an alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of the most powerful men in Rome. It was a gamble, a pact forged in whispers and mutual need. With their support, Caesar secured the consulship in 59 BCE, but the price was steep. To bind himself to these men was to walk a tightrope over the churning waters of Roman politics. Some say he might have risen alone, slowly and carefully, avoiding the debts and rivalries that such alliances brought. But Caesar was never a man to wait. The triumvirate gave him the power he craved, and in time, it would also sow the seeds of war. Perhaps the greatest pivot of his life was his decision to cross the Rubicon. It was a cold winter's day in 49 BCE when he stood on the banks of that small river, the boundary between his province and Italy proper. To cross with his army was treason, an act of war against the Senate and his old ally, Pompey. He paused, they say, weighing the moment in his hands. The die is cast. With that step, Rome plunged into civil war. Had he hesitated, had he chosen to disband his legions and return as a private citizen, he might have lived out his days in quiet exile. But Caesar was not made for quiet. He crossed, and the Republic fell. Victory followed victory. Pompey fled, the Senate bowed, and Caesar stood unchallenged. Yet even in triumph, another turning point awaited. After Pompey's death, Caesar showed mercy to his enemies, pardoning men who would later raise daggers against him. Some say it was his greatest mistake. Had he been as ruthless as Sulla before him, purging his opposition, perhaps the Ides of March would never have come. But Caesar believed in clemency, in binding wounds rather than deepening them. It was a noble ideal, one that cost him everything. And then, the final crossroads, his acceptance of the title dictator perpetuo asterisk, dictator for life. The Senate watched with growing unease as he gathered power to himself, as the trappings of kingship draped around him. Some begged him to refuse, to step back before it was too late. But Caesar had spent a lifetime reaching for more, and old habits are hard to break. Had he relinquished power? Had he restored the Republic in truth rather than name? Perhaps the knives would have stayed sheathed. The Ides of March arrived, as all days must. The conspirators struck, and Caesar fell, not in battle, but in the heart of Rome itself, betrayed by those he had spared. His death did not bring back the Republic. It only hastened the rise of the empire his heir would build. In the end, his choices shaped not just his fate, but the fate of Rome for centuries to come. And so we return to that hill in Gaul, where the wind whispers through the grasses, and the distant horizon beckons. Each decision, each moment of courage or folly led him there and beyond. But for us, now, there is only the quiet, the gentle rhythm of breath, the softening edges of thought. The battles are over, the choices made. The story is complete. And as sleep takes you, let the tides of history drift away, until all that remains is the peace of dreams. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Julius Caesar's life was woven with relationships that shaped him as much as his conquests did. Soft threads of love, loyalty, rivalry, and loss that ran through the grand tapestry of his story. Some were fleeting, like the warm touch of sunlight on his face before the clouds gathered. Others lingered, deep and unshakable, like the roots of an ancient oak. His first great love was Cornelia, the daughter of a prominent patrician family. She was young, intelligent, and devoted, and in her, Caesar found not just a wife, but a companion who stood beside him during the early storms of his career. When the dictator Sulla demanded he divorce her, a political maneuver to weaken his rivals, Caesar refused, a rare act of defiance that forced him into hiding. They fled Rome together, his life in danger. But in those quiet, fearful nights, their bond deepened. Cornelia bore him his only legitimate child, Julia, a girl who would later become another cherished light in his life. When Cornelia died young, Caesar grieved deeply, carrying her memory with him long after he took other wives. His next marriage to Pompeia was more political than passionate. Pompeia was connected to powerful figures in Rome, and Caesar, ever the strategist, understood the value of such alliances. But their union was shadowed by scandal, the infamous affair of the Bonadi festival, where another man was accused of sneaking into their home, disguised as a woman. Yet even in this calculated separation, there was no lasting bitterness, only the quiet acceptance of how politics and personal lives often intertwined in Rome. Then there was Servilia, perhaps the most enduring love of his life. She was the mother of Brutus, a name that would later carry such weight, and their affair spanned decades, surviving marriages, rivalries, and the shifting tides of power. Servilia was sharp-witted, politically savvy, and unafraid to challenge him. She was more than a lover. She was a confidant, someone who understood the burdens of ambition as deeply as he did. In letters and stolen moments, they shared not just affection, but counsel. It was said that Caesar once gifted her a pearl of extraordinary value, a small but telling gesture of his regard. Even in his final days, as whispers of conspiracy swirled, Servilia remained a presence in his thoughts, a reminder of the private man beneath the public legend. And then there was Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, whose name would echo through history beside his. Their meeting was not just romance, but a meeting of minds, two rulers who recognized in each other a brilliance as dazzling as it was dangerous. She came to him wrapped in a carpet, a bold and theatrical entrance, and from that moment, their fates were entwined. Their son, Caesarion, was both a joy and a complication, a living bridge between Rome and Egypt. Their time together was brief, but luminous, filled with discussions of philosophy, strategy, and dreams of empires yet unbuilt. When when Caesar returned to Rome, Cleopatra and their child followed, living in a villa just beyond the city, a quiet testament to a love that defied borders. But Caesar's relationships were not only romantic. His friendships and alliances were just as defining. The most famous and tragic was his bond with Pompey the Great. Once they were allies, even family, when Pompey married Caesar's beloved daughter Julia. Their partnership was one of mutual respect, a balancing act of power and trust. Julia's death in childbirth shattered something between them, the personal loss unraveling the political unity they had built. What followed was civil war, a heartbreaking turn from comrades to enemies. When Pompey was murdered in Egypt, Caesar wept at the sight of his severed head, not in triumph, but in sorrow for the man he had once called friend, for the path that had led them here. Then, of course, there was Brutus, the son of Servilia, the boy Caesar may have loved as his own. Some whispered that Brutus was his illegitimate child, though Caesar never confirmed it. What is certain is that he showed Brutus uncommon favor, pardoning him after he fought alongside Pompey, elevating him in the Senate, trusting him when others warned against it. And yet, it was Brutus who would stand among the assassins on the Ides of March, delivering one of the final blows. Caesar's last words, real or imagined, carry the weight of a betrayal that cuts deeper than any knife, even among his soldiers. Caesar inspired fierce loyalty. Men followed him through the frozen winters of Gaul, through battles where death seemed certain, because he fought alongside them, shared their hardships, and rewarded their bravery. He knew their names, their stories, small kindnesses that bound them to him beyond mere duty. When he crossed the Rubicon, it was not just his own fate he gambled, but theirs, and they followed, because they believed in him as much as he believed in Rome. Family, too, played its part. His Aunt Julia, whose funeral speech he used to remind Rome of his divine lineage, shaping his own myth even as he honored hers. His mother, Aurelia, a steadying force in his youth, whose wisdom he carried with him. And his grandnephew, Octavian, the young man he would later adopt as his heir, setting in motion the rise of an empire neither of them would live to see fully formed. In the end, perhaps Caesar understood that all power, all conquest, was fleeting. What remained were the people who had touched his life, the lovers who had warmed his nights, the friends who had stood with him or turned against him, the family who had shaped him, even as he accepted the title of Dictator Perpetuo. Even as the Senate's unease grew, he must have known that no man rules forever. Only the echoes of his relationships lingered whispers in the wind, like the rustling leaves on that distant hill in Gaul, where the story began. Now, as the night deepens and the weight of history grows soft at the edges, let these stories drift like embers fading in the dark. The loves, the losses, the alliances and betrayals, all are quiet now, folded into the gentle hush of memory. Breathe in, breathe out, and let the past settle around you like a blanket, warm and weightless, carrying you into the calm of sleep. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography on quiet evenings when the affairs of Rome allowed him a rare moment of stillness. Julius Caesar often sought solace in the simpler pleasures of life. His days were filled with the clamor of politics, the weight of command, the endless decisions that shaped an empire. But his private hours belonged to different rhythm, softer and more intimate. He was a man who understood the value of quiet reflection, who cherished the warmth of companionship, who found joy in the small rituals that made life sweet. In his home, a sanctuary away from the Senate's marble halls, he surrounded himself with comforts both elegant and unassuming. The scent of olive oil lamps mingled with the faint aroma of fresh parchment. For he was an avid reader and writer, his mind always hungry for knowledge. He kept a personal library filled with scrolls of history, philosophy, and poetry. And it was said that even in the midst of military campaigns, he would dictate letters and essays to his secretaries late into the night. Words were his constant companions, shaping not only his speeches, but also his private thoughts. Among his closest friends was Gaius Matius, a man of wit and warmth, with whom he shared laughter and quiet conversations over cups of well-watered wine. Their bond was one of ease, free from the pressures of power. Matius was one of the few who could tease Caesar without consequence, who could remind him of simpler days when ambition had not yet hardened into destiny. And then there was Decimus Brutus, a trusted confidant, though history would later twist their story into tragedy. In those earlier years, theirs was a friendship built on mutual respect, on shared campaigns and quiet evenings where talk turned from strategy to philosophy, from the fate of Rome to the fleeting beauty of a sunset over the Tiber. But it was in the company of women that Caesar often found his deepest connections. His love affairs were as much about companionship as passion, and he was drawn to women of intelligence and spirit, those who could match his sharp mind with their own. Servilia, mother of Marcus Brutus, was perhaps his most enduring lover. Their relationship spanned years, surviving political upheavals and personal betrayals. She was a woman of influence in her own right, and their bond was one of mutual understanding, of whispered secrets and private tenderness. Even after their romance faded into friendship, she remained a presence in his life, a reminder of love's quiet persistence. And then there was Cleopatra, the queen who captivated him, not just with her beauty, but with her fierce intellect. Their time together in Alexandria was a brief respite from the demands of Rome, a world apart where politics and passion intertwined. They walked together through palace gardens, discussing philosophy and the stars, while the Nile murmured softly in the distance. It was said that Cleopatra alone could make him forget the weight of his ambitions, if only for a little while. At home, his routines were simple, almost humble. He rose early, as was the Roman custom, beginning his day with a light meal of bread, olives, and honey. He took care with his appearance, though not out of vanity rather. He understood the power of presence, the way a well-groomed beard or the drape of a toga could command respect. His health was a constant concern, for he suffered from sudden bouts of illness, likely epilepsy, which he bore with quiet dignity. On the worst days, he would retire to his chambers, allowing only his most trusted physicians and servants near, until the tremors passed and he could return to the world. When he walked through Rome, he did so without the heavy guard one might expect of a man in his position. He preferred to move among the people, listening to their concerns, exchanging pleasantries with merchants and senators alike. He had a fondness for the bustle of the markets, the scent of fresh bread and spices, the cries of vendors hawking their wares. It reminded him that Rome was not just an empire, but a living, breathing city, full of ordinary joys and sorrows. In his rare moments of leisure, he indulged in games of chance, rolling dice with friends late into the evening, the sound of laughter drifting through the lamplit room. He was a man who enjoyed wit and wordplay, who could recite poetry from memory or compose sharp epigrams on the spot. And though he was a formidable orator in the Senate, his private conversations were often laced with humor, a dry and playful wit that endeared him to those who knew him well. He believed in fortune, in the whims of the gods, but also in the power of human will. His personal philosophy was one of action, of seizing the moment. Yet he also understood the value of patience, of waiting for the right time to strike. He once wrote that luck was nothing without preparation, that even the favor of the gods could not replace careful planning. This balance between boldness and caution defined not only his career, but his private life as well. As the years passed and the burdens of power grew heavier, he found solace in small rituals. The feel of a well-balanced stylus in his hand as he wrote letters, the taste of figs plucked fresh from the tree, the sound of rain against the tiles of his roof, a soothing rhythm that lulled him into brief repose. These were the moments that sustained him, that reminded him of life beyond conquest and glory. And when the end came, swift and brutal on the Ides of March, it was not the Senate's betrayal that filled his final thoughts, or so the poets imagined. Instead, perhaps his mind turned to the quiet joys he had known, the laughter of friends, the touch of a lover's hand, the soft rustle of parchment as he penned his memoirs. For in the end, even the greatest of men are made not just by their deeds, but by the small, unremembered moments that give life its sweetness. Now, as the night deepens and the stories of Caesar's life blur into dreams, let these images drift through your mind like leaves on a gentle stream. The scholar bent over his scrolls, the general laughing with friends, the lover whispering in the dark. Let them carry you into sleep, where history and memory blend into soft, forgiving silence. Breathe deeply and rest. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter in the quiet hours before dawn. When the world was still draped in shadow, Julius Caesar would often rise. His mornings began gently, with the soft glow of oil lamps casting warm pools of light across his chamber. The air carried the scent of cedarwood and parchment, mingling with the cool freshness of the early morning. He would stretch slowly, feeling the weight of sleep still clinging to his limbs, before reaching for a simple woolen robe draped over a nearby chair. The fabric was worn smooth with time, a comforting texture against his skin. His first act was often to wash his face and hands in a basin of cool water, the ritual cleansing away the remnants of dreams. Servants moved quietly in the background, preparing the day. But for these first moments, he preferred solitude. Then came the first meal of the day, simple and light, as was the Roman custom, a piece of coarse bread dipped in honey, perhaps a few olives, and a cup of watered wine. He ate slowly, savoring the sweetness of the honey, the saltiness of the olives, letting the flavors ground him in the present. If the day called for it, he might dictate letters or review reports while breaking his fast. His secretary, a trusted man with quick hands, would sit nearby, stylus poised over wax tablets, ready to capture his words. Caesar spoke in measured tones, his voice low and deliberate, each sentence carefully shaped. The scratch of the stylus against the wax was a soft, rhythmic sound, like the whisper of reeds in the wind. By mid-morning, if the Senate was in session, he would make his way to the Curia, walking through the streets of Rome with a small retinue. The city was waking around him, the smell of baking bread from the bakeries, the murmur of merchants setting up their stalls, the distant cries of children playing. He moved at a steady pace, neither rushed nor lingering, observing the life of the city as he passed. The sun climbed higher, warming the stone beneath his feet, and he would adjust his toga slightly, feeling the weight of the wool against his shoulder. In the Senate, the air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmurs of men in discussion. He would take his place, listening first, letting the debates unfold before adding his own thoughts. His words were precise, his arguments clear, delivered without haste, but with quiet authority. Even in the heat of political maneuvering, he maintained a calm demeanor, his hands resting lightly on the armrests of his chair, his gaze steady. When the Senate adjourned, he might return to his home or meet with advisors in a private chamber. Here, the pace slowed. The room was lined with shelves of scrolls, their edges worn from frequent use. A low table held maps, their corners weighed down with smooth stones, and a brazier in the corner emitted a gentle warmth. He would pore over these maps, tracing routes with a fingertip, considering supply lines, the lay of the land, the scratch of a quill against parchment, the occasional murmur of conversation. These were the sounds of strategy being formed. Lunch was a brief affair, often taken while working. A platter of cheese, cured meats, and fresh fruit would be brought in, and he would eat absently, his mind still turning over the problems of the day. Sometimes, if the weather was fine, he would step into the garden, where the dappled shade of fig and olive trees offered respite. The breeze carried the scent of rosemary and thyme from the herb beds, and for a few precious moments, he could simply breathe. In the afternoons, if there were no pressing matters, he might indulge in leisure. He was a man who appreciated the arts, poetry, music, the company of thinkers. He would invite poets to recite their latest works or engage in philosophical discussions with scholars, the sound of a lyre being plucked, the rise and fall of a well-told story, the quiet laughter of friends. These were the moments that softened the edges of his days. As evening fell, the rhythm of his life slowed further. A bath was a nightly ritual, a chance to unwind. The steam of the caldarium would rise around him, loosening the tension in his muscles. He would close his eyes, letting the heat seep into his bones. The sound of water dripping from the fountains, a soothing backdrop. Afterward, he would be anointed with scented oils, the fragrance of lavender and myrrh lingering on his skin. Dinner was the most leisurely meal of the day, often shared with friends. The triclinium was softly lit, the couches arranged in a familiar semicircle. Platters of roasted meats, seasoned vegetables, and fresh bread were passed around, accompanied by wine mixed with honey and spices. Conversation flowed easily, stories of campaigns, debates on philosophy, the occasional jest. He was a man who enjoyed wit, and his laughter was a deep, resonant sound that filled the room. When the meal was done, he might retire to his study, where the flicker of a single lamp cast long shadows. Here, in the quiet, he would write. The stylus moved smoothly across the wax, his thoughts taking shape in careful lines. Sometimes it was dispatches to his generals, other times personal reflections. The act of writing grounded him, a reminder that even in the chaos of empire, there was order to be found in words. When at last he sought his bed, the house was silent. The faint rustle of the night breezed through the window, the distant call of an owl. These were the lullabies of Rome. He would lie back, letting the weight of the day slip away, his mind drifting toward sleep. And in those final moments before dreams took him, perhaps he thought not of the battles won or the power held, but of the small, quiet joys, the taste of honey on his tongue, the warmth of the bath, the sound of a friend's voice in the lamplight. These were the rhythms of his days, the gentle cadence of a life lived fully, even in the shadow of greatness. And as you listen to these echoes of the past, let them carry you into your own rest, where history and peace intertwine like strands of a fading dream. Breathe deeply and sleep. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Julius Caesar's mind was a landscape of contradictions, bold yet calculating, ambitious yet deeply introspective. His philosophy was not carved from stone in a single moment, but woven over time, thread by thread, through the quiet hours of reflection and the roaring tides of action. To understand him, one must listen to the whispers of his writings, the subtle gestures in his leadership, and the quiet moments when the weight of Rome rested lightly upon his shoulders. From his youth, Caesar displayed an unshakable belief in destiny, not as a passive force, but as something to be seized. This was not resignation, but an acknowledgement that fate favored the bold. He moved through life with the calm assurance of a man who knew his path, yet remained flexible enough to bend with circumstance. His worldview was shaped by the turbulent politics of Rome, where power was both a weapon and a burden. Unlike the Stoic philosophers who preached detachment, Caesar believed in engagement with people, with ideas, with the very pulse of the empire. He valued loyalty above all, rewarding those who stood by him with unwavering generosity. It was this ability to inspire, to draw others into his vision, that set him apart. Yet, beneath the statesman and the general, there was a man who cherished the quieter virtues: friendship, poetry, the simple pleasures of conversation. In his letters, he often wrote of missing the company of Cicero, whose wit and intellect he admired, even when they disagreed. He understood that power meant nothing without those who could challenge him, who could make him think beyond the moment. Over time, his philosophy deepened. The young Caesar, hungry for glory, gave way to a leader who saw the fragility of human endeavors. After crossing the Rubicon, a moment that would define his legacy, he did not boast of victory, but reflected on the cost. "The die is cast," he whispered, not in triumph, but in quiet resolution. He knew that some choices once made could never be undone. In Gaul, where he spent years campaigning, he displayed a surprising respect for the cultures he conquered. Unlike many Romans who saw barbarians as beneath them, Caesar studied their customs, learned their languages, and even admired their fierceness. This openness was rare in a conqueror, and it hinted at a vision of Rome not as a tyrant, but as a unifying force. His personal values were rooted in discipline, not the harsh discipline of a drill master, but the steady rhythm of a man who knew the value of routine. He rose early, exercised daily, and wrote late into the night. Even in the chaos of war, he maintained a sense of order, believing that the mind worked best when the body was cared for. Yet for all his discipline, he was not rigid. He laughed easily, enjoyed good wine, and could be moved by beauty. When Cleopatra first came to him, it was not just her political cunning that captivated him, but her mind, the way she spoke of philosophy, of the stars, of the mysteries of the Nile. In those quiet nights in Alexandria, far from Rome, he was not the dictator, but the scholar, the lover of ideas. As he grew older, his thoughts turned increasingly to legacy. He had seen how quickly men were forgotten, how even the greatest names could fade into dust. In his final years, he began reforming Rome, not just for power, but for permanence. The Julian calendar, his grants of citizenship, his plans for public works, all were threads in a tapestry he hoped would outlast him. And then there were the final moments, the stillness before the end. On the Ides of March, as he walked to the Senate, he passed a soothsayer who had once warned him of danger. It was a moment of eerie calm, as if he sensed the weight of history pressing in. Yet even then, he did not flinch. His philosophy had always been one of forward motion, never looking back, never dwelling on what could not be changed. When the blades fell, it was said his last act was to pull his toga over his face, a final gesture of dignity. In that moment, all the strands of his life, the ambition, the reflection, the love of Rome came together. He had lived as he believed, with courage, with purpose, and with an unshakable faith in his own path. Now, as the night deepens and the echoes of his story fade into silence, let them carry you gently toward rest. The rise and fall of empires, the whispers of philosophers, the quiet resolve of a man who shaped the world, all these are but shadows now, soft as the flicker of a dying lamp. Breathe deeply and sleep, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Long before the final stillness of the Ides of March, Julius Caesar's path was one of relentless motion, a journey marked not just by triumphs, but by deep and testing hardships. From the earliest days of his youth, he faced obstacles that would have broken a lesser man. Yet each time, he rose steadier, wiser, and more determined than before. His first great challenge came in the form of exile. As a young man, barely more than a boy, he found himself on the wrong side of Sulla, Rome's ruthless dictator. The order was clear. Caesar was to divorce his beloved wife Cornelia, the mother of his only child, or face death. But even then, he refused to bend. Instead, he chose exile, slipping away into the night, leaving behind the comforts of Rome for an uncertain future. For months, he wandered, moving from one safe house to another, always one step ahead of Sulla's agents. It was a time of shadows and whispers. Yet in that solitude, he learned the art of patience, the quiet strength of endurance. And when Sulla's grip on Rome finally loosened, Caesar returned, not as a broken fugitive, but as a man tempered by hardship. Years later, another test awaited him, this time in the form of pirates. On his way to Rhodes to study oratory, his ship was captured by Cilician pirates, ruthless men who saw him as nothing more than a wealthy Roman to be ransomed. They demanded 20 talents of silver for his freedom. Caesar, ever defiant, laughed and told them they underestimated his worth. He was worth at least 50. For weeks, he lived among them, not as a cowering captive, but as a man who refused to be diminished. He joined their games, recited poetry to them, even joked that one day he would return and crucify them all. The pirates laughed, thinking it the bravado of a pampered noble. But Caesar meant every word the moment his ransom was paid and he was freed. He raised a fleet, hunted them down, and did exactly as he had promised. In that act, he learned the power of resolve that words, when backed by unwavering will, become destiny. Yet perhaps his greatest trials came not from external enemies, but from within Rome itself. The political arena was a battlefield of shifting alliances and venomous rivalries when he was elected Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Rome. It was not without cost. His opponents schemed against him, spreading rumors, even attempting to bribe his way into disgrace. But Caesar, ever the strategist, outmaneuvered them, sinking his own fortune into public games and lavish displays to win the people's favor. He understood that in Rome, power was not just taken, it was earned through spectacle and sacrifice. Then came Gaul. 8 long years of war in the wild, untamed north, where the earth was frozen in winter and the tribes were fiercer than wolves. Time and again, his legions were outnumbered. At Alesia, he faced a force 10 times his size, trapped between the walls of the besieged city and the advancing relief army. Lesser generals would have surrendered or fled, but Caesar did something unthinkable. He built walls facing both directions, turning his siege into a fortress within a fortress. For days, his men held the line, fighting on 2 fronts, their discipline unbroken, and when the dust settled, Gaul was his. In those years of blood and frost, he learned the art of impossible choices, that victory often lies not in strength alone, but in the willingness to stand when all seems lost. Even his greatest triumph, the conquest of Rome itself, was shadowed by setbacks. When he crossed the Rubicon, he knew there was no turning back. But the path to Rome was not a march of unbroken glory. At Dyrrhachium, Pompey's forces outflanked him, forcing a humiliating retreat. His men were exhausted, their supplies dwindling. Yet, instead of despair, Caesar rallied them with his own unshakable calm. He admitted his mistakes, shared their hardships, and promised them redemption. And at Pharsalus, redemption came, a victory so complete it shattered Pompey's forces forever. From this, he learned that leadership was not about never failing, but about how one rises after the fall. And then, at last, there was Egypt, the burning sands of Alexandria, the labyrinth of palace intrigues, the war that nearly cost him everything, trapped within the city's walls, his fleet in flames. He fought not just an enemy, but time itself. Yet, even here, in the flickering torchlight of besieged streets, he found a way. He ordered his men to seize the Pharos lighthouse, turning its height into a stronghold. He burned the Egyptian fleet in the harbor, not in defeat, but as a calculated sacrifice to deny the enemy their advantage. And when the dust settled, he stood victorious once more. Through all these trials, one truth remained constant. Caesar never allowed adversity to define him. Each setback was a lesson, each obstacle a stepping stone. He understood that fortune favored not the fearless, but the relentless those who could endure the storm and emerge unbroken. And so, as the night deepens and the echoes of his struggles fade into the quiet, let them remind you that even the mightiest rivers must wind through valleys before they reach the sea. Breathe softly now and rest. The battles are over, the lessons learned. Sleep and dream of quiet strength. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period beneath the weight of history's grand narratives, the battles, the speeches, the rise and fall of empires. There lies a quieter, more intimate portrait of Julius Caesar, one that few remember. He was not just the conqueror, the statesman, the man who reshaped Rome with a single crossing of the Rubicon. He was also a man of letters, of wit, of unexpected tenderness, a man who carried within him contradictions that made him all the more human. Consider, for a moment, his love of poetry. Long before he became a legend, Caesar wrote verses, some polished, others dashed off in moments of leisure. Though most have been lost to time, those who knew him spoke of his skill with words, his ability to turn a phrase with the same precision he used to command legions. There is a story whispered among scholars that during his youth, while sailing to Rhodes to study oratory, he was captured by pirates. Even then, his composure never wavered. He joked with his captors, promised to return and crucify them, a jest they laughed at, until he made good on his word. But in those idle days of captivity, he is said to have composed verses, turning the tedium of waiting into art. And then there was his voice. Not the booming, thunderous command one might expect, but something softer, more refined. He spoke with clarity, with measured cadence, and when he wished to persuade, his words flowed like honey, slow, deliberate, impossible to resist. Cicero, his rival and often critic, begrudgingly admitted that Caesar's oratory was among the finest in Rome, not for its force, but for its effortless grace. Even in private, he was a man who listened as much as he spoke, who could disarm with a well-timed jest or a thoughtful silence. His mind, too, was restless in ways that went beyond war and politics. He was fascinated by the stars, by the slow turn of the heavens, and though he was no astronomer, he recognized the value of knowledge beyond the battlefield. It was under his rule that the Julian calendar was reformed, aligning Rome's reckoning of time with the movement of the sun, a legacy that still lingers in the way we mark our days. There is something quietly beautiful in the thought of Caesar, surrounded by scholars, listening as they explained the mysteries of the cosmos, his sharp mind absorbing, questioning, refining. But perhaps the most surprising facet of Caesar was his capacity for mercy. History remembers his ruthlessness, the swift and decisive strokes of his justice, Yet he was also a man who could forgive with astonishing generosity. After the Civil War, when Pompey's allies lay defeated, many expected a bloodbath. Instead, Caesar pardoned them. He understood that fear alone could not bind men to him, that loyalty, true loyalty, had to be earned. Some called this weakness, but those who knew him saw it as calculation of a different kind, one that saw further than vengeance. Even in his personal habits, he defied expectations. He was known to be fastidious about his appearance, his toga always perfectly draped, his beard neatly trimmed. Yet he could endure the hardships of campaign with the same ease as his soldiers, sleeping on the bare ground, eating whatever meager rations were available. He carried no airs, no pretense of superiority, only the quiet assurance of a man who knew his own worth. And then there was Cleopatra, not just the Queen of Egypt, but the woman who, for a time, held his heart. Their relationship was more than political alliance, more than the affair of legend. She was his equal in intellect, in ambition, and in their private moments, they spoke not just of power, but of philosophy, of the dreams they carried for their respective lands. When she bore him a son, Caesarion, he acknowledged the boy openly, a rare breach of Roman decorum, one that spoke of genuine affection rather than mere strategy. In his final years, as Rome lay at his feet, he still found time for small pleasures. He kept a villa on the outskirts of the city, a retreat where he could write, think, or simply walk among the gardens. He was fond of fine wine, but never drank to excess, savoring each sip as if it were a fleeting joy to be appreciated. And though he held the title of dictator, he often walked the streets alone, unguarded, listening to the voices of the people, the pulse of the city he loved. On the day of his assassination, the Ides of March, he rose as usual, dismissing the warnings of his wife, the soothsayers, even the anonymous notes slipped into his hands. Was it arrogance, or simply the weariness of a man who had faced death so often that he no longer feared it? As the daggers fell, it is said his last act was to pull his toga over his face, not in terror, but in dignity, as if to spare himself the sight of betrayal. And so, as the night deepens and the echoes of his life drift into memory, let us remember not just the conqueror, but the man, the poet, the thinker, the lover of stars and words and quiet moments, the man who laughed with pirates, who forgave his enemies, who walked alone beneath the Roman sky. Sleep now, and let these softer stories wrap around you like a gentle tide, carrying you into dreams where even the mightiest of souls are, in the end, simply human. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand the life of Julius Caesar, we must first drift back to the world into which he was born, a Rome teetering between grandeur and chaos, a republic that had stretched its arms across the Mediterranean, but was beginning to buckle under its own weight. The year was 100 BCE, a time when the city's marble temples and bustling forums whispered of power. Yet the streets echoed with the murmurs of discontent. The old ways, the strict hierarchies of patricians and plebeians, were straining against the pressures of empire. The Gracchi brothers had already risen and fallen. Their calls for land reform met with violence, a warning of how fragile the balance of power truly was. Caesar's childhood unfolded against this backdrop of simmering tension. The social war raged in his youth, as Rome's Italian allies demanded citizenship, their swords speaking louder than their petitions. By the time he was a young man, the Republic had survived the bloody purges of Sulla, a dictator who marched on Rome itself, rewriting the laws in blood and ink. These were the lessons imprinted on Caesar's mind. Power could be seized, but it could also be lost in an instant. The world was shifting, and those who hesitated would be swept aside. Yet Rome was not just a city of politics and strife. It was a place of poetry and philosophy, where the works of Greek thinkers mingled with the stern virtues of the old Roman ethos. Caesar himself was a man of letters, his mind as sharp as his sword. He wrote poetry, though little survives, and his accounts of war were penned with a clarity that still echoes across the centuries. In his youth, he studied rhetoric in Rhodes, learning the art of persuasion, the music of words that could sway armies as easily as they could move a jury. Even in his later years, amid the clamor of battle and the weight of governance, he found solace in writing, his stylus tracing thoughts onto wax tablets as the lamps burned low into the night. The Mediterranean world of Caesar's time was a tapestry of cultures, each thread weaving into the next. To the east lay the crumbling remains of Alexander's empire, the Hellenistic kingdoms, where Greek was spoken in the courts of Egypt and Syria. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt, would later become not just his ally, but his lover, a symbol of how Rome's destiny was entwined with the older civilizations it had conquered. To the west, the wild lands of Gaul beckoned, forests and tribes that had resisted Rome's grasp for centuries. It was there that Caesar would carve his legend, not just as a general, but as a man who understood the land, its people, its rhythms. His conquest of Gaul was not merely a military campaign. It was a reshaping of the world, bringing the distant north into Rome's orbit, forever altering the map of Europe. But let us linger a little longer on those quieter moments, the ones often lost in the grand sweep of history. Imagine Caesar walking through the markets of Rome, the scent of spices and oil in the air, the murmur of merchants haggling in a dozen tongues. Or picture him on a campaign, pausing to dictate a letter by firelight, the stars stretching endlessly above the tents. He was a man who appreciated beauty, fine wine, yes, but also the curve of a well-made sword, the elegance of a well-turned phrase. Even in war, he could be merciful, pardoning enemies who later became his staunchest allies. There was a charm to him, a magnetism that drew people close, whether they were senators, soldiers, or slaves. As the years passed, the Republic grew ever more fractured. Pompey, once his ally, became his rival, their personal ambitions pulling the state apart. The civil war that followed was not just a clash of armies, but a reckoning for Rome itself. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, that small river that marked the boundary of his command, he knew there was no turning back. The dice, as he said, were cast. What followed was a war that reshaped the Mediterranean. Battles fought from Spain to Egypt, each victory bringing him closer to absolute power. Yet even in triumph, he refused the crown, though he accepted the title of dictator, a word that still carried the weight of Sulla's bloody reign. And then, the Ides of March, the day the Senate's knives found him, not on a battlefield, but in the very heart of Rome, among men he had spared, men he had raised up. Perhaps he saw it coming. Perhaps he no longer cared. His death did not bring peace, only more war, the rise of Augustus, the end of the Republic, the birth of an empire. But that is a story for another night. For now, let us remember Caesar as he was not just the conqueror, but the thinker, the writer, the man who loved his city even as he reshaped it. The world he knew is long gone. Its dust settled over ruins and roads that still stretch across continents. But in the quiet moments, when the fire burns low and the night is still, we can almost hear the echo of his voice, the whisper of his pen, the footsteps of a man who walked alone beneath the same stars that watch over us now. Sleep gently, and let these thoughts drift through your dreams like leaves on the Tiber, slow and quiet, carrying you back to a time when the world was both simpler and infinitely more vast. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Julius Caesar's influence stretched far beyond the battlefield, weaving itself into the very fabric of Roman culture, politics, and language in ways that still linger today, like the faint scent of old parchment in a quiet library. His life was a tapestry of ambition, intellect, and transformation, each thread pulling Rome and the world toward an irrevocable change. To understand his impact, we must step softly into the corridors of history, where his shadow still lingers, not as a conqueror, but as a thinker, a reformer, a man whose words and deeds shaped centuries. His writings alone altered the way history was told. Caesar's Commentarii de Bello, Gallico **, his account of the Gallic Wars, was more than just a military report. It was a masterclass in propaganda, written in clear, unadorned prose that made his campaigns seem not just necessary, but inevitable. He wrote in the third person, as if observing himself from a distance, lending his words an air of objectivity that was, in truth, carefully crafted to shape perception. Future historians would imitate his style, and generations of students would study his Latin, so pure and direct that it became a model for the language itself. Even now, his words are whispered in classrooms, their rhythm steady and hypnotic, like the distant march of legions long gone. But his influence was not confined to literature. In politics, he redefined power itself. Before Caesar, Rome's republic had been a delicate balance, a system of checks and balances that, in theory, prevented any one man from rising too high. Yet Caesar, with his charm, his wealth, and his willingness to bend or break the rules, showed that the republic's institutions could be outmaneuvered. He granted citizenship to provinces, expanded the Senate with his own supporters, and reformed the calendar, giving Rome the Julian system that would last for over 1,000 years. These were not just administrative changes, they were shifts in the very idea of who held power and who deserved a voice. The Republic had been built on exclusion. Caesar's Rome, by contrast, was broader, more fluid, a precursor to the empire that would follow. Even his enemies could not deny his magnetism. Cicero, who distrusted him deeply, still admitted that Caesar's intellect and eloquence were unmatched. He could sway crowds with a gesture, disarm opponents with wit, and inspire loyalty in soldiers who would follow him to the ends of the earth. His clemency, too, was revolutionary. Where earlier victors like Sulla had purged their enemies, Caesar pardoned them, a policy that, though it may have contributed to his downfall, set a new standard for leadership. Future rulers would struggle to emulate his blend of ruthlessness and mercy, a duality that made him impossible to categorize, impossible to forget. Public perception of him shifted like sand in an hourglass. In his early years, he was seen as a populist rabble-rouser, a man who courted the mob's favor with lavish games and public works. Later, he became the brilliant general, the man who tamed Gaul and crossed the Rubicon. And then, in his final years, the dictator feared, revered, resented. Yet even in death, his image never settled into simplicity. To some, he was a tyrant who destroyed the Republic. To others, a visionary who saw beyond its crumbling facade. Augustus, his heir, would spend years carefully curating Caesar's legacy, turning him into a god, a symbol of Rome's destiny. The name Caesar itself became a title, carried by emperors for centuries, whispered in palaces from Britain to Byzantium. And then there are the quieter legacies, the ones that seeped into daily life. The month of July still bears his name, a small but enduring tribute. The very word emperor traces its roots to him. Through the Latin asterisk imperator, cities he founded, like Lyon in France, still stand, their ancient stones echoing his influence. Even the phrase, crossing the Rubicon asterisk, endures as a metaphor for passing the point of no return, a testament to how deeply his story embedded itself in the collective imagination. Perhaps most profound, though, is the way he changed how people thought about power itself. Before Caesar, the idea of one man ruling Rome was unthinkable. After him, it was inevitable. He did not live to see the empire he made possible, but his shadow stretched over it all the same. The poets of Augustus' reign would mythologize him, the historians would debate him, and the emperors who followed would measure themselves against him. Even now, 2,000 years later, his name is shorthand for ambition, genius, and the perilous allure of absolute power. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let us sit with these thoughts a little longer. The candle flickers, the wind brushes against the window, and history feels almost close enough to touch. Caesar's Rome is gone, but his legacy lingers, not just in grand monuments or history books, but in the quiet, unnoticed ways he shaped the world we live in, the rhythm of our calendar, the structure of our governments. Even the words we speak all bear traces of his influence, faint but unmistakable, like the imprint of a seal pressed into wax. So close your eyes and let the weight of centuries settle softly around you. The past is not so far away as it seems. It is here, in the quiet, in the dark, in the slow, steady breath of memory. And as sleep draws near, let the echoes of Caesar's world lull you into dreams, where the lines between then and now blur, and history whispers its secrets to those who listen. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Let us drift back, then, to the quieter moments, the overlooked stories that reveal the man behind the legend. Imagine, for instance, a young Julius Caesar, not yet the Colossus of Rome, but a bright-eyed boy with a sharp mind and a love for learning. It is said that even as a child, he had a way with words, a natural charm that drew people in. One afternoon, while playing in the courtyard of his family's home, he was asked by his tutor to recite a passage from Homer. The words flowed effortlessly, his voice clear and confident, as if he had been born to command attention. Even then, those around him sensed something extraordinary in him, an aura of destiny that clung to his every step. As he grew older, his charm only deepened. There is a lovely little tale from his early adulthood, when he was captured by pirates while crossing the Aegean Sea. They demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, a sum that would have crippled most men. But Caesar, lounging casually among his captors as if they were his guests, laughed and told them they had undervalued him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, amused by his audacity, agreed. While waiting for the ransom to arrive, Caesar spent his days composing poetry and reciting it to them, joking that one day he would return and crucify them all. They laughed, thinking it the bravado of a spoiled noble. But Caesar was not joking. The moment he was freed, he raised a fleet, hunted the pirates down, and made good on his promise. Though, in a rare moment of mercy, he slit their throats before nailing them to the crosses, sparing them the slow agony of crucifixion. Even in vengeance, he had a strange kind of courtesy. Then there was his time in Spain, long before the civil wars and the triumphs that would define his later years. Serving as a young officer, he once stood before a statue of Alexander the Great in a quiet temple and wept. When asked why, he confessed that by his age, Alexander had already conquered the known world, while he, Caesar, had done nothing of note. It was a rare moment of vulnerability, a glimpse of the restless ambition that would drive him to reshape history. But what is often forgotten is what came next. Instead of despairing, he threw himself into his work with renewed vigor, studying the art of war, the intricacies of politics, and the subtle dance of persuasion. He knew that greatness was not given, it was taken, one calculated step at a time. Even his personal life was filled with small, telling moments. Take, for example, his famous affair with Cleopatra. The image of their grand romance has been burnished by time, but few remember the quiet evenings they spent together in Alexandria, discussing philosophy, science, and the mysteries of the Nile. Cleopatra, no mere seductress, but a brilliant ruler in her own right, matched him wit for wit. And it is said that Caesar, a man who rarely admitted admiration for others, was genuinely impressed by her mind. On one such evening, as the sun set over the harbor, she showed him her vast library, and they debated the works of Plato late into the night. It was a side of Caesar seldom seen, the scholar, the thinker, the man who could lose himself in ideas as easily as in battle. Of course, not all his stories were so serene. There was the time during his conquest of Gaul when his troops mutinied, exhausted by years of endless campaigning. Caesar, ever the master of psychology, did not rage or threaten. Instead, he walked before them, and with a single word, shattered their defiance. Citizens, he called them, not soldiers, not comrades, but citizens, a subtle reminder that they were no longer his men. The insult cut deeper than any lash, stung by the implication that they had abandoned their duty. The legions immediately fell back into line, begging for his forgiveness. It was a moment of pure theatrical genius, proof that Caesar understood the human heart as well as he understood war. And then there was the crossing of the Rubicon, that fateful moment when he defied the Senate and marched on Rome. The phrase, "the die is cast," has echoed through history, but what is less remembered is the quiet hesitation beforehand. Caesar paused on the riverbank, weighing the consequences. He knew there was no turning back, that this act would plunge Rome into civil war. For a man who prided himself on his decisiveness, that pause speaks volumes. Even the boldest among us must sometimes gather our courage before leaping into the unknown. In his final years, the small moments grew quieter, more reflective. On the morning of his assassination, his wife, Calpurnia, begged him not to go to the Senate, haunted by nightmares of his death. Caesar, ever the rationalist, dismissed her fears until a trusted servant handed him a note detailing the conspiracy. He held it unread in his hand as he walked out the door, distracted by the press of the crowd. That scrap of paper, never unfolded, might have changed history. But fate, it seems, had other plans, and so, as the night deepens and these stories weave themselves into the fabric of your thoughts, let them settle gently, like leaves drifting to the ground. Caesar's life was not just a series of grand battles and political triumphs, but a tapestry of small, human moments, laughter shared with pirates, quiet tears before a statue, whispered debates under Egyptian stars. These are the fragments that make a legend real, the soft edges of a life so often remembered in bold strokes. Now, as sleep tugs at the edges of your mind, let these stories blur and blend, carrying you back to a world of marble and moonlight, where the past is not so distant, and the echoes of history are just a whisper away. Breathe deeply, let go, and drift into dreams where Caesar's Rome lives again, if only for a night. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Julius Caesar moved through Rome like a man who had already glimpsed the shape of his legacy. The battles were won, the laws written, the republic reshaped. Yet the weight of it all settled softly upon his shoulders, like the first cool breeze of evening after a long, scorching day. He walked the gardens of his villa, fingers brushing the leaves of imported fig trees, their broad green surfaces whispering secrets of distant lands. Sometimes, in those stolen moments of solitude, he would pause before the bust of Alexander the Great, the conqueror whose shadow he had long outgrown. What would Alexander think, he wondered, of a man who ruled not just lands, but laws, not just armies, but the very soul of an empire? His final works were not carved in stone or etched in battle plans, but in the quiet reordering of Rome itself. He reformed the calendar, aligning time itself to the rhythm of the sun, gifting the world the structure of months we still recognize today. The old lunar calendar, erratic and unpredictable, had left farmers and festivals adrift. Caesar's correction was precise, almost poetic, a gift of order to a world that so often slipped into chaos. Senators grumbled at first, resistant to change as they always were, but soon even they could not deny the logic of it. Time, after all, bows to no man, except, perhaps, to one who dared to reshape it. The people, though, loved him for it. The streets buzzed with talk of his reforms, land given to veterans, debts restructured, grain distributed fairly. To the common citizen, he was a protector, a figure who had climbed the heights of power and then reached back to lift others with him. The aristocracy whispered otherwise, of course. They called him a tyrant in hushed tones, a man drunk on his own power, though many of them had once been his allies. The Senate chamber, once a stage for his soaring oratory, now hummed with tension whenever he entered. Yet Caesar, ever the strategist, seemed almost weary of their games. He had played them for decades, and now, in his final years, The thrill had faded. What remained was the work, the slow, steady labor of building something lasting. He wrote, too, in those last years. Not the crisp, efficient war commentaries of his youth, but reflections on language, on law, on the nature of power itself. Some say he even began a treatise on grammar, fascinated by the way words could shape reality. How fitting for a man whose own words, veni, vidi, vici, had become immortal. His library grew, filled with scrolls from Alexandria, treatises from Greece, the collected wisdom of the world at his fingertips. Perhaps he imagined a quieter future, one where he could sit among those pages, untangling the threads of thought like a man weaving a tapestry. But Rome was never quiet for long. The whispers of conspiracy curled through the city like smoke, slipping under doors, winding through the forums. Caesar knew, of course. How could he not? A man who had spent his life reading the currents of men's hearts could sense the shift in the air, yet he walked forward anyway, as if daring fate to meet him. Some say it was pride. Others, a deeper exhaustion, a sense that even he could not outrun the tide forever. And so, on that final morning, when Calpurnia clung to him with tears in her eyes, her dreams full of falling columns and bloodied robes, he kissed her forehead and stepped into the sunlight. The irony was not lost on him, perhaps, that he fell at the feet of Pompey's statue, the very man he had once defeated in war, now watching silently as the blades struck. The senators who killed him believed they were saving the Republic. Instead, they unleashed the very thing they feared, an empire, rising from the ashes of his pyre. His death, meant to be a restoration, became a revolution. The people, grief-stricken and furious, turned his funeral into a roaring inferno of mourning, tossing offerings into the flames until the heat cracked the very stones of the forum. And then quiet. The world moved on, as it always does. Octavian, his heir, took up the mantle, weaving Caesar's name into the fabric of something new. The title Caesar became more than a man. It became an idea, a symbol of power that would echo through centuries, through kingdoms and empires far beyond Rome's borders, even now in languages and lands he never knew. The word persists, a whisper of his legacy. But in the hush of evening, when the lamps burn low and the scholars pore over ancient texts, it is not the conqueror they remember best. It is the man who wept at Alexander's statue, who laughed with pirates, who wrote letters to Cicero debating philosophy late into the night. It is the man who, in his final days, walked the gardens alone, listening to the wind in the leaves, perhaps wondering if any of it would last. And so, as sleep draws near, let these thoughts drift like embers on the wind, soft, glowing, fading gently into the dark. Caesar's Rome lives on not just in history books, but in the quiet moments we share with the past. The way a calendar marks our days, the way a word lingers on our tongues, the way a story, told softly in the night, can bridge the centuries between us. Breathe deeply now, and let the weight of history settle around you like a blanket, warm and familiar. The world turns, time passes, but some things, like the memory of a man who shaped the ages, remain. Just beyond the edge of dreams, the gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The story of Julius Caesar does not end with the fall of his body on the Ides of March, nor does it fade with the last embers of the Roman Republic. Instead, it lingers softly, persistently, like the distant murmur of a river that has carved its path through stone over centuries. His name, once spoken in the halls of the Senate, now drifts through time, carried on the breath of emperors, scholars, poets, and dreamers. The very word, Caesar, became more than a title. It became a vessel for power, ambition, and the weight of history itself. Long after the last Roman legion disbanded, long after the marble of the Forum crumbled into dust, the idea of Caesar endured. Medieval kings, eager to claim his mantle, styled themselves as Kaiser or Tsar, weaving his legacy into the fabric of their own rule. The Holy Roman emperors traced their authority back to him, as if the ghost of Rome still whispered in their ears. Even now, in the quiet corners of modern governance, his shadow lingers in the way leaders rise, in the way republics balance power, in the way history remembers those who dare to reshape the world. But Caesar's influence is not confined to thrones and titles. His words, too, have traveled far. His commentaries on the Gallic Wars became a cornerstone of Latin study, their crisp, unadorned prose teaching generations how to wield language with precision, echoing through theaters and classrooms alike. The bard Caesar was a figure of tragedy, a reminder that even the mightiest are bound by human frailty. And so, the conqueror of Gaul became something more, a symbol, a warning, a mirror held up to the ambitions of every age. The calendar we use today is perhaps his most intimate legacy. The Julian calendar, with its steady march of days, was his gift to the world, a way to order time itself, even after Pope Gregory refined it. The rhythm of those months, those years, still carries the imprint of his mind. When we mark the 1st of January, we are, in a quiet way, honoring his vision. Time, like history, bends to the will of those who dare to shape it. In the realm of war and strategy, his tactics are still studied, not as relics, but as living lessons. Napoleon pored over his campaigns, tracing the same route Caesar had marched, learning the art of speed, surprise, and psychological warfare. Military academies teach his maneuvers, not as ancient history, but as timeless principles, proof that the mind of a strategist can outlast the swords of his legions. Even in modern boardrooms, his name is invoked, a shorthand for decisive leadership, for the boldness to cross the Rubicon when hesitation would mean defeat. Yet, for all the conquerors and kings who have claimed his legacy, there are quieter admirers, too. Poets like Dante placed him in limbo, a soul too noble for hell, yet unbaptized for heaven, a figure of melancholy grandeur. Enlightenment thinkers debated his choices, weighing the cost of dictatorship against the chaos of a crumbling republic. And in the revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, his name was whispered by those who sought to overthrow tyrants, even as others warned against the dangers of a single man's ambition. Perhaps the most enduring testament to his influence is the way he lives, not just in books, but in the very language we speak. Crossing the Rubicon has become a phrase for irreversible decisions. The die is cast, a sigh of fate accepted. His life, his death, have become metaphors, woven into the stories we tell ourselves about power, loyalty, and betrayal. When a leader falls, when a republic trembles, his ghost stirs in the collective memory, a silent witness to the cycles of history. And then there are the places, the quiet, physical remnants of his world. The ruins of Rome, yes, but also the roads he built, stretching across Europe like veins of an empire long gone. The cities he founded, their names now softened by time, still standing where his legions once camped. Even the earth remembers him, the soil of Gaul, the stones of Alexandria, the riverbanks where his soldiers rested. The past is never truly gone. It lingers in the landscape, in the way the light falls on old stones at dusk. In the modern world, his legacy is reinterpreted, questioned, sometimes even rejected. Scholars debate whether he was a visionary or a tyrant, whether he saved Rome or doomed it. Filmmakers and novelists reimagine his life, casting him as hero or villain, depending on the tale they wish to tell. But the fact that we still argue over him, still feel the weight of his choices, is proof of his enduring presence. History is not a fixed thing. It breathes, shifts, changes with each generation that revisits it. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let the thought of Caesar's legacy settle softly around you. Not as a conqueror, not as a name in a textbook, but as a current in the river of time, a force that shaped the contours of the world we know today. His Rome is gone, but the echoes of his life ripple outward, touching everything from the way we measure days to the way we understand power. Close your eyes now and imagine those echoes, faint, distant, but never silent. The murmur of history is a lullaby, a gentle reminder that even the mightiest figures become, in time, stories told in the quiet hours. And stories, like dreams, have a way of lasting long after the teller is gone. Breathe deeply, let the weight of centuries soften into the dark, and sleep, knowing that the past is always with us, not as a burden, but as a whisper, a shadow, a companion in the night. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Julius Caesar is one that has been told and retold, shaped and reshaped, until the man himself has become something of a myth, a figure half real, half legend. his life polished smooth by centuries of retelling. The image we hold of him now is often a simple one: a conqueror in a crimson cloak, a dictator clutching power, or a tragic hero betrayed by those he trusted. But history, like the soft glow of candlelight, reveals more when we look closely, when we allow the shadows to show us the contours we might otherwise miss. One of the most enduring myths is that Caesar was a man who craved power above all else, that his ambition was boundless, reckless, even monstrous. It is true that he sought greatness, but to reduce him to mere hunger for control is to overlook the world he lived in. Rome was not a stable republic waiting to be seized by a tyrant. It was a fractured, violent place where the old order was crumbling under corruption and infighting. Caesar did not act in a vacuum. His rise was as much a response to chaos as it was a pursuit of personal glory. And yet, even this is too simple. He was a man who believed in his own destiny, yes, but also in the idea of Rome, a Rome that could be more than what it was. The words Shakespeare gave him as he fell beneath the daggers of his assassins. It is a moment of high drama, a cry of betrayal that has echoed through the ages. But the truth, as always, is quieter. Historians tell us Caesar likely said nothing at all, or perhaps only a groan. The real tragedy is not in the words he might have spoken, but in the silence, the sudden, brutal end of a life that had shaped the course of history. The myth gives us a cleaner story, a moral lesson about ambition and betrayal. But life is rarely so neat. Another common misunderstanding is that Caesar was the first to bear the title of emperor. In truth, he was never emperor at all. That honor would go to his adopted heir, Augustus. Caesar was named dictator, a role that, in Rome's earlier days, had been temporary, a position granted in times of crisis. He held it longer than tradition allowed, yes, but he did not crown himself king. The distinction may seem small, but it matters. The fear of kingship was deep in Roman bones, and it was this fear, as much as anything, that led to his downfall. The senators who killed him believed they were saving the republic, though in the end, their knives only hastened its end. We also tend to think of Caesar as a soldier first, a thinker second. His conquest of Gaul is legendary, his tactics studied even today. But he was also a man of letters, a writer of crisp, clear prose, a politician who understood the power of words as much as the force of arms. His commentaries on the Gallic Wars were not just military reports, they were propaganda, carefully crafted to shape his image back in Rome. He knew how to make his deeds sound noble, his victories inevitable. In this way, he was not so different from leaders today, aware that perception is as important as reality. And what of Cleopatra, the queen whose name is forever entwined with his? Their story has been painted in the brightest colors, a grand romance, a union of East and West, passion and politics intertwined. But the truth, as usual, was more complicated. Their alliance was strategic as much as it was personal. Egypt was rich, its grain vital to Rome, and Cleopatra was no mere lover, but a ruler in her own right. As calculating as Caesar himself, the child they had together, Caesarion, was a potential heir, a living symbol of their combined power. But after Caesar's death, the boy's fate would be sealed by politics colder than any blade. Perhaps the greatest simplification of all is the idea that Caesar's death marked the end of something. In the grand sweep of history, it was only a turning point. The Republic had been dying for decades, its institutions hollowed out by greed and faction. Caesar did not destroy it single-handedly, nor did his killers restore it. The civil wars that followed his assassination only proved how fragile the old ways had become. In time, Augustus would build something new from the ashes, an empire that would last for centuries. But none of this was inevitable. History is not a straight road. It twists, it bends, it doubles back on itself. Even the calendar we use today is a quiet testament to how deeply Caesar's influence runs. The Julian calendar, with its leap years and orderly months, was one of his reforms, a small thing, perhaps, compared to wars and conquests, but one that shapes our lives still. It is strange to think that the rhythm of our days was set in motion by a man who walked the earth 2,000 years ago. As sleep draws near, let these thoughts drift gently through your mind. The past is not a single story, but many, layered and shifting, full of contradictions. Caesar was neither saint nor monster, but a man flawed, brilliant, relentless, who lived in a time as complex as our own. The myths that surround him tell us as much about ourselves as they do about him, about what we fear, what we admire, what we cannot quite understand. So let the weight of history soften now, like sand settling in water. The debates will continue, the interpretations will shift, but the man himself is long gone. His life, now only stories told in the quiet hours, and stories, like the night, are patient. They wait for us to return, to listen again, to find new meanings in old words. So breathe deeply, let the words fade into silence, and sleep, knowing that even the mightiest figures of the past are, in the end, just part of the great, slow river of time. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. The story of Julius Caesar is one that has echoed through centuries, a quiet hum beneath the noise of history, never quite fading, always present in the way we measure time, the way we think of power, the way we understand ambition. His life was a tapestry of triumphs and tragedies, woven with threads of brilliance, ruthlessness, and vision, so vast in its impact that even now, 2,000 years later, we still walk in the shadow of his legacy. Think of the calendar, that steady rhythm of days and months, so ordinary now that we barely notice it. Yet it was Caesar who gave it order, who looked at the chaos of the Roman year and saw a pattern that could endure. The Julian calendar, with its leap years and its measured months, was more than an administrative reform. It was a way of taming time itself. How strange and how quietly beautiful that something so fundamental to our lives was shaped by a man who ruled an empire now long crumbled into dust. But Caesar was more than dates and decrees. He was a general whose name became synonymous with conquest, a man who crossed the Rubicon not just as a military maneuver, but as a statement, a single act that would ripple outward, changing the course of history. That moment, so dramatic in its simplicity, has become a metaphor for all the points of no return in our own lives. We still speak of crossing the Rubicon when we make irreversible choices, when we step boldly into the unknown. His life reminds us that history is not just about what happens, but about the stories we tell about it, the meanings we find in the past. And yet, for all his power, Caesar was still human. He loved, he lost, he made mistakes. His affair with Cleopatra was more than political alliance. It was passion, intrigue, a meeting of two great minds that shaped empires. His friendship with Brutus, so famously betrayed, speaks to the fragility of trust, the way even the strongest bonds can unravel. These are not just ancient tales, they are echoes of our own lives, reminders that ambition and loyalty, love and betrayal are as old as humanity itself. After his death, the world did not forget him. His name became a title: Caesar, Kaiser, Tsar, passed down through rulers who sought to claim even a fraction of his legacy. The Roman Empire he helped create would last for centuries. Its laws, its roads, its language spreading across continents. The very idea of empire, of civilization as a force to be mastered and expanded, owes much to his vision. And yet, for all the grandeur, there is something deeply personal in how we remember him. We see him not just as a conqueror, but as a man who dared greatly, who reached for more than his world was ready to give. Today, his name still lingers in our books, our plays, our films. Shakespeare immortalized him in lines that have been spoken and re-spoken, each generation finding new meaning in the words. Is not just a question from the past. It is a cry of betrayal that still resonates, still makes us pause. The Ides of March, once just a date, is now a warning, a moment frozen in time, reminding us that even the mightiest can fall. But perhaps Caesar's greatest legacy is not in the wars he won or the laws he passed, but in the way he makes us think about power itself. He was a man who shaped his destiny, who refused to be bound by the rules of his time. And yet, in the end, he too was bound by mortality, by the limits of human life. His story is a paradox, a reminder that even the most extraordinary lives are fleeting. That time moves on, indifferent to kings and commoners alike. As you drift toward sleep, let these thoughts soften, like moonlight filtering through ancient ruins. The debates about Caesar will never truly end. Was he a hero or a tyrant? A visionary or a destroyer? The answer, like all things in history, is neither simple nor static. It shifts with the centuries, with the teller, with the listener. But tonight, let it be enough to know that his story is part of yours, part of the great, quiet river of time that carries us all. Close your eyes now and imagine the slow turning of the calendar, the steady march of days he helped to order. The world will keep its rhythm, the stars will keep their courses, and Caesar, like all things, will remain where he belongs, in the quiet pages of memory. So breathe deeply, let the words dissolve into the night, and sleep. The past will wait for you, patient as ever, ready to tell its stories again when you wake. For now, let the silence cradle you, let the centuries fade, and dream, knowing that even the greatest of legends must one day surrender to the gentle hush of time.